Hey there, and welcome to Crime for Sleep. I know you're having trouble falling asleep, so let me keep you company with true crime stories from around the world. Before we dive in, I'm curious, where did you first hear this one? If you enjoy these stories, don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe. Now get comfortable, and let's get into tonight's case. Crime 1. I was sweeping near the entryway when something clicked against the broom. At first I thought it was a pebble from outside, but when I bent down it was a tooth, human, still bloody at the root. I checked my mouth out of instinct. All there, I live alone, and I don't leave the door unlocked. The cleaning lady had been there that morning. She always left everything spotless, almost obsessively so. I called her immediately. Her voice trembled when I described what I'd found. She insisted she hadn't seen anything unusual, but something in her tone made me press harder. She mentioned the upstairs bathroom had been particularly messy, blood on the sink edge. She'd assumed I'd cut myself shaving. I hadn't used that bathroom in weeks. The tooth sat heavy in my palm, adult molar with a distinctive gold filling. I wrapped it in tissue and placed it in a small box, unsure what else to do. Sleep didn't come easily that night. Every creak of the house felt deliberate, calculated. The next morning brought a knock at my door. A woman I'd never seen before stood on my porch, her eyes scanning past me into the house. She asked if I'd found anything unusual recently. Her hands shook as she spoke, and I noticed a gap in her smile where a back tooth should have been. The same distinctive gold work. She told me about her brother, how he'd been staying with different people, moving around frequently, how he'd been in some kind of trouble that she couldn't quite explain. She gave me his description, and my blood went cold. I'd seen him before, walking past my house repeatedly over the past few weeks, always glancing toward my windows. I asked if she'd reported him missing. She shook her head, said the family preferred to handle things privately. Her brother had problems, she explained. He made poor choices, got involved with the wrong people, but he was still family. I showed her the tooth. She confirmed it was his. The relief on her face was immediate, followed quickly by confusion. How had it ended up in my house? I told her about the bathroom, about the blood the cleaning lady had found. Her expression shifted to something I couldn't quite read. Fear maybe, or recognition. She asked to see the bathroom. I led her upstairs, watching as she examined the sink, the mirror, the small window that faced the backyard. She ran her fingers along the windowsill, then pulled them back as if she'd touched something hot. There were scratches in the paint, fresh ones. We went back downstairs and I made coffee, hoping the routine would calm my nerves. She sat at my kitchen table, staring out the window toward the woods behind my property. She mentioned that her brother had always been good at getting into places he shouldn't be. Locks didn't seem to stop him. He had a talent for making himself invisible until he wanted to be seen. I asked when she'd last heard from him. She said it had been several days, but that wasn't unusual. He often disappeared for stretches, then showed up acting like nothing had happened, but this felt different. He'd seemed scared the last time they'd spoken, kept looking over his shoulder, jumping at sounds. The conversation continued for over an hour, but every answer she gave raised new questions. She mentioned people who might have been looking for him, debts that needed settling, promises that had been broken. The more she talked, the more I realized how little she actually knew about what her brother had been doing. After she left, I searched every room in my house. I found more evidence that someone had been inside, small things, a book moved slightly on a shelf, crumbs in the kitchen that weren't there before. The spare bedroom door was closed, and I never closed it. Inside, the bed had been slept in. The pillow still held an indent. I called the police then. They took the tooth, photographed the bathroom, dusted for prints. The officer who interviewed me seemed skeptical about the sister's story. He asked if I was sure she was really related to the person whose tooth I'd found. I realized I'd never asked for any identification, never confirmed anything she'd told me. The investigation moved slowly. The tooth was sent for DNA analysis, but results would take weeks. In the meantime, I installed new locks, set up cameras, tried to return to some semblance of normal life, but normal felt impossible when every shadow seemed to hide a threat. 3 weeks later, the sister returned. This time she looked different, more put together, less frantic. She thanked me for calling the authorities and said they'd been in touch with her, but something in her demeanor had changed. She seemed almost relieved, which struck me as odd given that her brother was still missing. She asked if I'd heard anything more from the police. I told her about the ongoing DNA analysis, the fingerprint search, the investigation into possible break-ins in the neighborhood. She nodded along, but I could tell she wasn't really listening. Her attention kept drifting to different parts of my house, as if she were memorizing the layout. The DNA results came back inconclusive. The tooth belonged to an adult male, but there was no match in any database. The fingerprints from my bathroom belonged to me, the cleaning lady, and one unidentified person. The police said they'd keep the case open, but without more evidence, there wasn't much they could do. I never saw the sister again after that second visit, but sometimes late at night I hear sounds that don't belong, footsteps that stop when I listen too carefully, the creak of floorboards that shouldn't be bearing weight. I've learned to sleep with one ear always alert, one eye always ready to open. The truth is, I don't know whose tooth I found that day. I don't know if the woman who came to my door was really someone's sister, or if she was something else entirely. I don't know if there ever was a brother, or if the whole story was an elaborate lie designed to explain away something much worse. What I do know is that someone was in my house. Someone left part of themselves behind, and sometimes in the quiet moments between sleep and waking, I wonder if they ever really left at all. Crime 2, I never paid much attention to the smell until it became impossible to ignore. It started as something faint, almost sweet, drifting through the thin walls of my apartment building. The kind of scent that makes you pause mid-step, wondering if you left something out too long in the kitchen. But this wasn't coming from my kitchen. The building manager had asked me to check on the woman next door. She hadn't answered her phone in days, and the rent was overdue. I knocked 3 times before using the spare key he'd given me, my knuckles echoing in the empty hallway. The door opened with a soft creak that seemed to hang in the air longer than it should have. The apartment looked perfectly normal at first glance. Clean dishes in the sink, a half-finished crossword puzzle on the coffee table, reading glasses folded neatly beside it. Everything suggested someone who had simply stepped out for a moment, except for that smell growing stronger now that I was inside. I found her in the bedroom, lying peacefully on top of the covers, still wearing the same floral dress I'd seen her in last week when we'd exchanged polite nods in the lobby. Her face was serene, almost smiling. The coroner would later say her heart had simply stopped, no signs of struggle, no indication of foul play. Natural causes, they called it. But I couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong. It started with small things, the way her apartment had been too clean, as if someone had been maintaining it after she died. The fresh milk in her refrigerator with a purchase date from 2 days ago. The crossword puzzle that showed today's date, even though she'd been dead for nearly a week. I began asking questions around the building. The elderly man downstairs mentioned seeing her taking out trash just yesterday. The postal worker insisted she'd collected her mail 3 days ago, chatting about the weather like she always did. but the coroner's report was clear about the time of death. The security footage from the lobby showed something even stranger. There she was, clear as day, walking through the entrance 4 days after the coroner said she'd died. Same floral dress, same careful steps, same polite wave to the camera. I watched it over and over, my hands growing cold as I gripped the building manager's desk. That's when I started noticing the other tenant, a quiet man from the 3rd floor who always seemed to be in the right place at the right time. He'd been the one to suggest checking on her. He'd offered to help clean out her apartment. He'd even volunteered to handle the funeral arrangements, claiming to be a distant relative no one had ever heard her mention. I followed him one evening, keeping my distance as he walked through the neighborhood. He stopped at a small house with an overgrown garden, letting himself in with his own key. Through the window, I could see the living room filled with photographs, dozens of them, all showing the same woman from our building, but taken from far away, as if the photographer had been watching from across the street or through windows. Some of the photos were recent, very recent. The next morning, I confronted him in the lobby. He smiled that same polite smile he always wore, his eyes never quite meeting mine. When I asked about the photographs, his expression didn't change. He simply said that some people deserved to be remembered properly, that some people needed watching over even after they thought they were alone. His voice was gentle, almost caring, as he explained how he'd been taking care of her for months, making sure she ate, replacing her groceries, even handling her mail when she was too weak to get it herself. He'd been the perfect neighbor, he said, the kind everyone should have. I asked him about the security footage, about the impossibility of what I'd seen. He tilted his head slightly, like he was genuinely confused by my concern. Then he pulled out his phone and showed me a video he'd taken just yesterday. There she was again, walking through the building, moving with that same careful gait, wearing that same floral dress. But as I looked closer, I realized something that made my stomach turn. The woman in the video was walking differently, her movements just slightly too deliberate, too practiced. And when she turned toward the camera, her smile was exactly the same as his. The building manager found my report on his desk the next morning, along with my resignation letter. I'd written everything down, every detail, every inconsistency. But when the police investigated, they found nothing unusual. The security footage I'd seen had somehow been corrupted. The photographs in the house belonged to the man's deceased mother. They were told, cherished memories of a son who cared for her until the end. The woman's apartment was cleaned out and rented to a new tenant within the week, a young professional who worked long hours and kept to herself. Perfect for a building where neighbors looked out for each other, the manager assured her. I drive past that building sometimes, usually when I can't sleep. The lights are always on in the 3rd floor apartment, and occasionally I see a silhouette moving past the windows. Sometimes it looks like the quiet man I remember. Other times the shape seems different, smaller, moving with a familiar, careful gait. I tell myself it's just shadows playing tricks, just my imagination running wild with memories of something that probably had a perfectly reasonable explanation. After all, the police found nothing wrong. The coroner's report was clear. People die of natural causes every day. But I still check my locks twice every night, and I've never gotten used to the sound of footsteps in the hallway outside my new apartment. Especially the ones that stop right outside my door, patient and quiet, as if someone is listening carefully to make sure I'm still breathing. Some neighbors, I've learned, care a little too much. Crime 3, the file cabinet drawer stuck like it always did. I gave it that familiar jerk, and it finally surrendered with a metallic screech that echoed through the empty office. Inside, manila folders sat in perfect rows, each one labeled with case numbers that had become more familiar to me than my own reflection. But there was one folder that didn't belong. Tucked behind the others, its edges yellowed and slightly damp, as if it had been stored somewhere else entirely before finding its way here. The smell hit me first when I opened it. Not the usual scent of old paper and bureaucratic dust, but something organic, something wrong, like flowers left too long in stagnant water. The photographs inside were standard police documentation, black and white, clinical in their precision. But there was something about the way the shadows fell across that suburban kitchen that made my stomach tighten. I had been assigned to review cold cases for potential DNA resubmission. Routine work that usually involved checking boxes and filing reports. But this case had no DNA evidence listed, no forensic analysis, just witness statements and photographs of a scene that looked disturbingly ordinary. A kitchen table set for two, a pot of coffee still warm according to the initial report, a woman's purse hanging on the back of a chair, contents undisturbed. The first witness statement was from a neighbor. Her handwritten account described hearing raised voices through thin walls, followed by an unusual silence that stretched through the evening. She mentioned the smell of something burning, but the responding officers found no evidence of fire damage. The second statement belonged to a delivery driver who claimed he had knocked on the door that morning and received no answer, despite seeing movement through the kitchen window. I flipped through the pages looking for the victim's name, but every instance had been blacked out with heavy marker strokes. The same had been done to the suspect's identity. Even the address had been redacted. Someone had wanted this case to disappear, but they had done it carelessly, leaving behind fragments that painted a picture more disturbing than any complete record could have. The investigating officer's notes were scattered and contradictory. On one page, he described the scene as undisturbed and showing no signs of struggle. On another, he mentioned evidence of hasty cleanup and inconsistencies in furniture arrangement. His handwriting grew increasingly erratic as the investigation progressed, as if doubt was creeping into his certainty with each passing day. I found myself returning to one particular photograph. It showed the kitchen from the doorway, capturing the entire room in a single frame. Everything appeared normal at first glance, but the longer I stared, the more details seemed to shift. The shadows cast by the hanging light fixture didn't match the angle of the sun streaming through the window. The coffee cup on the table was positioned precisely in the center of a placemat, but its saucer was slightly askew. Small inconsistencies that individually meant nothing, but collectively suggested careful staging. The last document in the file was a psychological evaluation of the primary suspect. The psychologist's assessment was largely clinical, noting signs of compartmentalization and an unusual ability to maintain composure under pressure. But there was a handwritten note in the margin that made my blood run cold. Patient demonstrates concerning level of detail regarding crime scene elements not disclosed in media coverage. I closed the file and sat back in my chair, feeling the weight of what I had just read. This wasn't a cold case waiting for new technology to solve it. This was a case that had been deliberately buried, its evidence scattered and its witnesses silenced by bureaucratic red tape. But why? What had made someone in this department decide that this particular investigation needed to disappear? The office around me felt different now. The fluorescent light seemed harsher, casting shadows that hadn't been there before. I could hear the building settling, pipes groaning behind walls, the distant hum of computers processing data I couldn't see. Every sound seemed amplified, as if the building itself was listening to my thoughts. I picked up the phone to call my supervisor, then hesitated. The file had been misfiled, hidden among active cases where it didn't belong. If I reported it, would it simply disappear again? Or would I find myself reassigned to a different department, my questions politely discouraged? Instead, I opened my desk drawer and pulled out a small recording device. I began to dictate my findings, speaking softly into the microphone about the inconsistencies I had discovered. As I spoke, I noticed something that made my hands shake slightly. The psychological evaluation wasn't dated from decades ago, as I had assumed. It was recent, very recent. The timestamp showed it had been completed just last month, which meant the suspect was still alive, still undergoing evaluation, still considered a person of interest in a case that officially didn't exist. And if the case didn't exist, then what was I really looking at? What had I stumbled into? I stopped recording and slipped the device back into my drawer. The file lay open on my desk, its secrets exposed under the harsh office lighting. But now I wondered if those secrets were meant for me to find. If perhaps someone had placed this file where I would discover it, knowing I would ask the right questions and draw the right conclusions. The thought followed me as I locked the file away and gathered my things to leave. Outside, the parking lot was empty except for my car, sitting under a streetlight that flickered intermittently. As I walked toward it, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched, not by security cameras or passing strangers, but by someone who had been waiting for me to find that file, to start asking questions that had no comfortable answers. I drove home in silence, the weight of what I had discovered pressing down on me like a physical force. At every red light, I found myself checking my rear-view mirror. At every turn, I wondered if the car behind me was following too closely. By the time I reached my apartment, I had convinced myself that I was being paranoid. But paranoia, I was beginning to understand, might be the only rational response to finding evidence of a crime that officially never happened. The file would be there tomorrow, waiting for me to continue reading. But tonight, I sat in my living room with all the lights on, wondering if the truth I was uncovering was worth the price I might have to pay for knowing it. Crime 4, I only went up to check the insulation. The hatch hadn't been touched since I moved in, but once I climbed the ladder, I saw it immediately, a single chair positioned directly over the trapdoor, angled like someone had been watching. Dust covered everything but the seat, and on the floor beneath it, a peanut shell. I'm allergic. The house came furnished. That's what drew me to it. No need to worry about buying basics when starting fresh. The previous tenant had left everything behind, the landlord explained. Personal circumstances, he said, shrugging like it happened every day. I never questioned why someone would abandon their belongings. People leave for all kinds of reasons. But standing in that attic, staring at the clean seat of that chair, I realized I should have asked more questions. The floorboards creaked under my weight as I approached. The chair was old but sturdy, wooden with a faded cushion tied to the seat. Nothing remarkable about it except its position. Why would anyone put a chair up here? And why face it toward the floor like they were watching something below? I knelt and examined the peanut shell, fresh enough that it hadn't crumbled, old enough to have collected a thin layer of dust around its edges. Someone had sat in this chair recently, someone who ate peanuts while they waited. The realization hit me slowly, like cold water seeping through clothes. This chair faced directly over my bedroom. I climbed down and called the landlord. He answered on the fourth ring, voice thick with sleep or something stronger. The previous tenant, I said. What exactly happened to them? A pause, papers rustling in the background. Left sudden-like, didn't take much with them. Did they leave voluntarily? Another pause, longer this time. Why are you asking? I told him about the chair, about the peanut shell. about the clean seat in a dusty attic. He listened without interrupting, breathing heavy into the phone. "I'll come by tomorrow," he finally said. "Don't go back up there." But I did go back. That night I lay in bed staring at the ceiling, knowing someone had sat directly above me. The thought made my skin crawl. Every small sound, the house settling, pipes adjusting, seemed amplified. I got up and checked the locks twice. The next morning I found something I'd missed, a small hole in the ceiling above my bed, maybe the size of a pencil. Paint had been carefully applied around it, but not quite matching the surrounding color. Someone had drilled through and tried to cover it up. The landlord arrived carrying a toolkit and wearing the expression of someone who'd rather be anywhere else. He followed me to the bedroom, looked up at the hole, then climbed into the attic without a word. I heard him moving around up there, then a sharp intake of breath. "Find something," I called up. He didn't answer immediately. When he climbed down, his face had gone pale. "There's more," he said quietly, "a lot more." We went up together this time. He led me to the far corner where I hadn't ventured before. Hidden behind the air conditioning unit was a collection of items that made my stomach turn. Photographs of the house's interior taken from high angles, pictures of furniture arrangements, and dozens of receipts from the grocery store down the street, all for the same items: peanuts, energy drinks, and batteries. "How long?" I asked. He shook his head. "The previous tenant lived here for 3 years, but these receipts go back 5. 5 years, someone had been coming into this house, climbing into this attic, sitting in that chair for 5 years, through multiple tenants. The person I'd assumed was the previous resident had been the victim, not the perpetrator." I picked up one of the photographs. It showed my bedroom from above, taken through that small hole. But it wasn't my bedroom in the picture. Different furniture, different arrangement. This photo was old. "We need to call the police," I said. "And tell them what? That someone used to watch people sleep. There's no evidence of any crime." He was right, technically. Creepy behavior, but nothing explicitly illegal had been documented. Still, I couldn't shake the feeling that we were missing something crucial. The landlord gathered the items while I examined the space more carefully. The floorboards around the chair showed wear patterns, like someone had paced back and forth. I ran my fingers along the grooves, feeling the wood worn smooth in specific paths. Then I found the journal. It was wedged between 2 support beams, wrapped in plastic to protect it from moisture. The landlord didn't see me slip it into my jacket. Some instinct told me to keep it private, at least until I understood what we were dealing with. That night I sat at my kitchen table and opened the journal. The handwriting was neat, methodical. The entries were dated but covered years of observations, details about tenants' routines, their habits, their visitors. The writer knew when people showered, what they ate for breakfast, who they called on the phone. But it wasn't just observation. The writer had been influencing things, adjusting thermostats when people were out, moving small objects, leaving windows open or closed depending on some system I couldn't decipher. The entries revealed a pattern of subtle manipulation stretching back years. One entry stood out: "New tenant suspects something, found evidence in bedroom, may need to relocate base of operations." The date was 3 days ago. I read that line 5 times, my hands starting to shake. This person was still active, still watching, and they knew I'd discovered their hiding place. I looked up at my ceiling, remembering that small hole above my bed. For the past week, I'd been sleeping directly under someone's observation point. Every private moment, every vulnerable second had been witnessed. But if they'd moved their base of operations, where were they watching from now? The house suddenly felt different around me. Every shadow seemed deeper, every sound more significant. I found myself checking corners I'd never noticed before, looking for signs of disturbance. I called the landlord again. "That previous tenant," I said. "What was their name?" "Can't give out that information." "Were they male or female?" A pause. "Why does it matter?" "Because I don't think they left voluntarily. I think something happened to them." He hung up. The next morning I contacted the police anyway. The officer who took my statement was polite but skeptical. Without evidence of an actual crime, there wasn't much they could do. They'd increase patrols in the neighborhood, maybe talk to neighbors about suspicious activity. Standard procedure. But I knew standard procedure wouldn't catch someone who'd been operating undetected for 5 years. I started my own investigation. The grocery receipts provided a timeline. The photographs showed different room configurations, suggesting multiple tenants over the years. If I could identify those tenants, maybe I could find a pattern. The landlord refused to cooperate, but public records helped. Previous rental applications, utility connections, forwarding addresses. 3 tenants before me in 5 years. That seemed like high turnover for a decent house in a quiet neighborhood. I found contact information for 2 of them. The first number was disconnected. The second went to voicemail, but the person called back within an hour. "You're living in the house on Maple." The voice was female, nervous. "You need to get out." We met at a coffee shop downtown. She was younger than I'd expected, maybe mid-20s, with the kind of alertness that comes from looking over your shoulder too often. "I lived there for 8 months, she said, stirring her coffee without drinking it. "Never felt comfortable. Always felt like someone was watching me. My friends said I was paranoid." "What made you leave?" She looked around the coffee shop before answering. I started finding things moved around. Little things. A book I'd left on the nightstand would be on the dresser. My toothbrush facing the wrong direction. I thought I was losing my mind. "Did you ever check the attic?" Her face went white. "There's an attic." I told her about the chair, the photographs, the journal. She listened without interrupting, her hands beginning to shake. "There's more," she said finally. "The landlord called me 6 months after I moved out, said they needed me to identify some belongings left in the house, personal items that might have been mine." "What kind of belongings?" "Underwear, jewelry, things that had gone missing while I lived there. I thought I'd just misplaced them." The coffee between us grew cold as she continued. The landlord had been apologetic, explaining that they'd found these items hidden in various parts of the house. Behind the water heater, inside air vents, tucked into the space above kitchen cabinets. A collection of personal belongings taken from multiple tenants over the years. "Did you press charges?" She shook her head. "Against who?" The landlord claimed he'd found the items during routine maintenance. No proof of when they were taken or by whom. And honestly, I just wanted to forget about that place. But I couldn't forget. That night I went through my own belongings, checking for anything missing. It took hours to realize what was gone. A spare key I kept in my kitchen drawer. The key to my bedroom door. Someone had been in my house recently, and now they had access to the one room I could lock. I changed the locks immediately, but the damage was psychological. Knowing that someone had been close enough to take that key, had probably watched me hide it, made every moment feel exposed. The journal entries took on new meaning when I read them again. The writer hadn't just been observing, they'd been collecting, taking small mementos from each tenant, building some kind of shrine or collection in places I hadn't discovered yet. I started searching the house methodically, behind appliances, inside walls where I could access them, even in the crawl space under the foundation. The collection was vast and organized, items from tenants going back nearly a decade, each group carefully labeled with dates and what I assumed were initials. But the most recent section was the largest, and it wasn't just items anymore. There were detailed notes about routines, preferences, even transcripts of phone conversations. Someone had been listening to everything. The final entry in the journal was dated yesterday. New tenant getting too close. Time to make direct contact. I read those words sitting on my kitchen floor, surrounded by evidence of years of surveillance and theft. My hands were shaking so badly I could barely hold the journal. Direct contact. A sound from upstairs made me freeze. Slow, deliberate footsteps in the bedroom directly above where I sat. I'd been so focused on the journal that I hadn't been paying attention to the house around me. Someone was inside. I grabbed my phone and crept toward the stairs. The footsteps had stopped, but I could hear something else, a rhythmic tapping like fingers drumming against wood. It was coming from my bedroom. The smart thing would have been to leave, call the police from outside, let them handle whatever was happening upstairs, but something kept me moving forward. Maybe it was anger at being watched, being violated. Maybe it was the need to finally see who had been controlling my life from the shadows. I climbed the stairs slowly, avoiding the steps I'd learned would creak. The tapping continued, steady and patient. When I reached the hallway, I could see my bedroom door was closed. I always left it open. I pressed my ear against the door. The tapping stopped. "I know you're there," a voice said from inside, calm, almost friendly. "We should talk." My blood went cold. This person had been in my house, in my bedroom, waiting for me to find them. The whole thing felt planned, orchestrated. "What do you want?" I called through the door. "To explain, you found my things, you read my journal, but you don't understand the whole story." The voice was gender neutral, carefully modulated. It could have belonged to anyone. "Then explain it." A pause, then the sound of my bedroom window opening. "Meet me in the backyard, alone. If you call the police, you'll never get answers." I heard footsteps crossing the room, then silence. By the time I opened the door, the room was empty. The window was open, curtains moving in the breeze. On my bed was a single photograph I'd never seen before. It showed me sleeping, taken from the hole in the ceiling, but I was wearing pajamas I'd thrown away weeks ago. This picture was recent. In the backyard, I found a figure sitting at my patio table. Average height, dark clothing, face obscured by shadows. They didn't move when I approached. "Sit down," they said. I remained standing. "Start talking." "I've been protecting this house for years. The landlord knows. He's been paying me to watch his properties, make sure tenants don't cause problems. By spying on them. By making sure they're safe. Do you know what happened to the tenant before you? The one who supposedly left suddenly?" I didn't answer. "They didn't leave. They found out what I was doing and threatened to expose everything. said they'd ruin the landlord's business, get him arrested. My mouth went dry. What happened to them? The figure leaned forward slightly. They had an accident, very unfortunate, but these things happen when people don't mind their own business. You killed them. I protected my arrangement, and I've been protecting you too, whether you realize it or not. There have been 2 break-in attempts since you moved in. Both times I scared them off before they could get inside. By watching me sleep. By making sure nothing happened to you. The conversation felt surreal. This person was trying to justify years of violation by claiming it was protection, but something in their tone suggested they believed it completely. The photographs, the stolen items, the listening devices, that's not protection. That's documentation, evidence that I'm doing my job. What job exactly? They stood up slowly, making sure the house stays profitable. Tenants who feel safe stay longer, pay more rent, cause fewer problems. And if they don't feel safe, then they learn to. I realized I was talking to someone completely detached from normal human behavior. In their mind, surveillance and intimidation were reasonable business practices. The previous tenant found out, I said, so you killed them. I solved a problem. And now I'm a problem. They tilted their heads slightly. That depends on you. What do you want? For you to forget what you found, go back to your normal routine. Pretend this conversation never happened. And if I don't, then you'll have an accident too. The threat was delivered in the same calm tone they'd used throughout our conversation. No emotion, no anger, just a statement of fact. I looked around the backyard, realizing how isolated I was. No neighbors close enough to hear if I screamed. No witnesses to this interaction. How do I know you won't just kill me anyway? Because you're a good tenant, you pay rent on time, keep the house clean, don't cause problems. Killing you would be inefficient. Inefficient? They were talking about murder like it was a business decision. I need time to think, I said. You have until tomorrow. Then you decide whether you want to live with the arrangement or become another unfortunate accident. They walked away without another word, disappearing into the shadows between houses. I stood in my backyard for a long time, trying to process what had just happened. I was trapped. Going to the police would likely result in my death before they could act, but staying meant living under constant surveillance, knowing that any wrong move could be fatal. That night I packed a bag and left the house. I'm writing this from a motel room across town, trying to decide what to do next. The rational choice is to disappear, find a new place to live, start over somewhere else. But the previous tenant tried to expose the truth and died for it. How many others have suffered under this arrangement? How many more will if someone doesn't stop it? I keep thinking about that chair in the attic, positioned perfectly to watch the bedroom below, about the collection of personal items hidden throughout the house, about the careful documentation of private moments spanning years. And I think about the landlord who's been paying for this service, who's been profiting from the fear and violation of his tenants. Tomorrow I have to decide whether to run or fight, whether to protect myself or try to protect the next person who'll rent that house. The choice should be obvious. Self-preservation should win. But I can't stop thinking about that calm voice saying, These things happen when people don't mind their own business. Maybe it's time someone minded their business. Crime 5, the coffee cup sat exactly where she'd left it, cold now with a perfect ring of lipstick marking the rim. I'd been staring at it for what felt like forever, watching the cream separate into pale swirls that reminded me of something I couldn't quite place. The kitchen felt different without her humming. She always hummed while washing dishes, this tuneless melody that used to drive me crazy. Now the silence pressed against my eardrums like cotton. I picked up the cup and held it to the light. The lipstick was darker than usual, almost burgundy. She never wore burgundy. I set it down carefully, my fingers trembling slightly against the ceramic. The tremor had started 3 days ago, right after I'd found the receipt tucked inside her jewelry box. A receipt for a motel I'd never heard of, dated the same day she'd told me she was visiting her sister. The house felt larger somehow, as if the walls had stretched during the night. Every footstep echoed differently. Every creak of the floorboard seemed deliberate, calculated. I'd lived here for 15 years, knew every sound this place made, but now even familiar noises felt foreign. The refrigerator hummed a different tune. The pipes groaned with unfamiliar voices. I started going through her things methodically, not searching exactly, just looking, reacquainting myself with the woman who'd shared my bed for over a decade. Her dresser drawers revealed nothing unusual at first. Folded sweaters, jewelry boxes filled with earrings I'd given her for birthdays and anniversaries. But then I found the second phone. It was wedged between the mattress and box spring, wrapped in a silk scarf I'd never seen before. The phone was cheap, disposable, the kind people buy when they don't want to be traced. My hands shook as I powered it on. The battery was nearly dead, but there were dozens of text messages, all from the same number, all saying variations of the same thing. When will you tell him? I plugged the phone into her charger and waited. The messages went back months. Conversations about meeting places, about careful timing, about keeping secrets, about me. They called me him, like I was some obstacle to be navigated around, some problem to be solved. The voice messages were worse, her voice but different, softer, more intimate than she'd sounded with me in years. She was planning something, they were planning something together. I listened to each message twice, my stomach knotting tighter with every replay. She sounded happy in a way that made my chest ache. I started noticing things I'd missed before, the way she'd started taking longer showers, the way she'd moved her car keys to different places each night, how she'd begun checking her reflection in every mirror we passed, adjusting her hair, smoothing her clothes. Small changes that individually meant nothing, but together painted a picture I didn't want to see. The house phone rang while I was listening to the messages for the third time. I recognized the number from the disposable phone's contact list. I let it ring, then ring again. On the fourth call, I answered. "Well, she's not here," I said. Silence, then a man's voice, rough around the edges. "When will she be back?" "I don't know." More silence. I could hear him breathing, could hear what sounded like traffic in the background. "Tell her I called," he said finally. "What's your name?" The line went dead. I spent the afternoon driving to places she'd mentioned recently. The library where she'd started volunteering, the coffee shop where she met her book club, the park where she'd been taking her morning walks. Nobody remembered seeing her, or if they did, they weren't saying. People have a way of looking through you when you're asking the wrong questions. The motel from the receipt was on the edge of town, the kind of place that rented rooms by the hour and didn't ask for identification. The clerk behind the bulletproof glass had the look of someone who'd stopped caring about other people's business a long time ago. I showed him her picture. "She's been here," he said without hesitation. Usually comes with a guy, tall, dark hair, drives a blue pickup. How often? He shrugged. Once a week, maybe twice. Always pays cash. Always leaves before checkout. I felt something cold settle in my stomach. When was the last time? 3 days ago, but just her that time. She seemed upset about something, kept checking her phone, pacing around the parking lot. He leaned closer to the glass. Look, mister, I don't know what kind of trouble you're in, but she left something in the room. Manager was going to throw it away, but I figured someone might come looking. He disappeared into the back office and returned with a small paper bag. Inside was a jewelry box I'd never seen before, not the kind I usually bought her, with velvet lining and tiny compartments. This one was simple, wooden, with a brass latch that had been scratched and re-scratched, as if someone had been nervous while opening it. Inside the box was a single photograph. The picture showed her sitting in a restaurant I didn't recognize, laughing at something someone outside the frame had said. She looked younger somehow, happier, but what made my blood freeze was the date stamped in the corner. It was from last week, the same day she told me she was too sick to go out for our anniversary dinner. I drove home in a daze, the photograph burning a hole in my jacket pocket. The house felt different when I walked in, cleaner somehow, as if someone had been there, removing traces of something I was never meant to find. The coffee cup was gone from the kitchen counter. The dishwasher was running, though I couldn't remember starting it. I checked the disposable phone again. New messages had arrived while I was out. The last one was just 2 words, "It's done." I'm sitting in the kitchen now, staring at the empty spot where her coffee cup used to be. The refrigerator hums its strange new tune. The pipes groan with their unfamiliar voices, and somewhere in the distance I can hear the sound of a blue pickup truck driving away. The photograph is still in my pocket, her laugh is still echoing in my ears, and I'm starting to understand that some truths are too heavy to carry alone. Some silences are too loud to ignore. I should call someone, the police maybe, or a lawyer. But instead, I'm just sitting here, listening to the house settle around me, wondering if the woman in that photograph was ever really my wife at all, or if the man in the blue pickup knew her better than I ever did. The phone is ringing again, the house phone this time. I can see the number on the caller ID. It's her cell phone, the one I thought was dead, the one I'd been calling for 3 days with no answer. My hand hovers over the receiver. Part of me wants to answer, wants to hear her voice, wants to believe there's an explanation that makes sense. But another part of me, the part that's been growing stronger since I found that photograph, knows that some questions are better left unasked. Some answers are too dangerous to hear. The ringing stops, the silence returns. And I sit here in this house that no longer feels like home, holding a photograph of a woman who might have been a stranger all along. Crime 6, I never believed silence could have waited until I stood in that room. The air itself seemed to press against my chest, thick with something I couldn't name yet. The coffee in my hand had gone cold while I stared at the photograph spread across the mahogany desk. Crime scene images that would change everything I thought I knew about my own neighborhood. The detective across from me cleared his throat, breaking the spell. He was younger than I expected, with tired eyes that had seen too much. When he asked if I recognized the victim, my mouth went dry. The woman in the photograph could have been anyone's neighbor, anyone's sister. Her face was peaceful, almost serene, if you ignored the circumstances that brought her there. "She lived 3 houses down from you," he said, his voice barely above a whisper, "for 2 years." 2 years I tried to recall ever seeing her, ever speaking to her. The street where I walked my dog every morning, where I collected mail and exchanged pleasantries with other residents. How does someone live so close and remain invisible? The detective slid another photograph toward me. This one showed her front door, the same forest green paint as half the houses on our block, but something about the image nagged at me. The brass doorknob was pristine, too clean for a door that should have been used daily. No scuff marks on the threshold, no wear patterns in the paint. It looked like a door that hadn't been opened from the inside in months. When did you last see activity at her house? The question hung between us like smoke. I closed my eyes, trying to summon memories that felt increasingly unreliable. Had I ever seen lights on in her windows? Had I ever noticed a car in her driveway? The harder I tried to remember, the more the details slipped away, like trying to hold water in cupped hands. The smell of vanilla and something else, something medicinal, drifted from the evidence bag he opened next. Inside was a small glass vial, half empty, with a label too faded to read. The detective handled it carefully, as if it might shatter under the weight of its secrets. Her neighbor reported a chemical smell coming from the house, he said. Started about 6 months ago, intermittent but strong enough to notice. 6 months ago, I remembered now there had been a smell on my street, something sharp and antiseptic that cut through the usual sense of suburban life. I'd assumed it was someone doing home renovations, mixing paint or stripping wallpaper, the kind of ordinary explanation that lets you sleep at night. The detective's pen scratched against his notepad as he wrote. Each stroke sounded unnaturally loud in the quiet room. When he looked up, his expression had shifted, becoming more focused, more intense. "Tell me about the man who visited her," he said. My stomach dropped. What man? Blue sedan, usually parked 2 blocks away. He'd walk to her house, stay for an hour or two, then leave. Always carried a small black bag. I felt the blood drain from my face. I had seen him not clearly, but I'd noticed the figure walking past my window on those afternoons when I worked from home. Something about his gait had seemed off, too deliberate, like someone trying hard to appear casual. I dismissed it as paranoia, the kind of suburban anxiety that makes every unfamiliar face seem suspicious. The detective leaned forward. "Did you ever speak to him?" No, but the memory surfaced slowly, like something rising from deep water. One afternoon, he dropped something near my mailbox. When I went to see what it was, he was already gone, but I found a small plastic bag with white powder inside. The silence stretched between us, heavy with implications. "What did you do with it?" I threw it away. The words felt like an admission of guilt. I thought it was just trash, maybe from his pocket. The detective made another note, and I could feel the weight of my own naivety pressing down on me. How many signs had I missed? How many opportunities to speak up had I let slip by? He showed me the final photograph, the inside of her house. The living room looked normal at first glance, but as my eyes adjusted to the details, the wrongness became apparent. The furniture was arranged perfectly, as if staged for a magazine shoot. No dust, no personal items, no signs of daily life. Even the books on the shelves were arranged by height, not in any order that suggested they'd been read. "She wasn't living there," I said, the realization hitting me like a physical blow. "No," he agreed, "she wasn't." The room began to feel smaller, the walls pressing closer. I thought about all the evenings I'd walked past that house, all the mornings I'd driven by without really seeing. How does someone disappear without anyone noticing they're gone? The detective closed the file, but I could still see the images burned into my vision. The pristine door, the chemical smell, the man with the black bag, all the pieces of a puzzle I'd been too blind or too comfortable to solve. "Where is she now?" I asked, though part of me didn't want to know. He stood up, straightening his jacket with hands that trembled slightly. "That's what we're trying to figure out." As I left the station, the weight of silence followed me home. Every house on my street looked different now, each window hiding potential secrets, each closed door a question I'd never thought to ask. The woman 3 houses down had been invisible, and maybe that was exactly what someone had wanted. The man with the blue sedan never came back, but sometimes on quiet afternoons when I'm working from home, I find myself watching the street, waiting for a figure that walks too carefully, carrying secrets in a small black bag. The chemical smell is gone now, but I still catch myself holding my breath when I pass her house, as if silence itself might reveal what voices never could. Justice feels like something that happens to other people in other neighborhoods, to victims whose faces we recognize. But I know now that some crimes hide in plain sight, protected by our willingness to look away, to assume the best, to mistake absence for peace. The detective calls sometimes, updating me on leads that go nowhere, evidence that explains nothing. The case remains open, filed somewhere between hope and resignation, and I remain here on this quiet street, carrying the weight of everything I failed to see, everything I failed to do. Some doors, once opened, can never be closed again. Crime 7, I found the photograph wedged between 2 floorboards in what used to be her bedroom. The wood had warped from years of dampness, creating a gap just wide enough for secrets to hide. She looked younger in the picture, maybe 17, standing next to a man whose face had been carefully scratched out with a ballpoint pen. The scratches were methodical, deliberate. Someone had taken their time. The house still smelled like her perfume, even though she'd been gone for 3 months. Vanilla and something else I couldn't place, something metallic that made my throat tight when I breathed too deeply. The real estate agent had warned me about the smell, said it would fade with proper ventilation, but I'd been airing out every room for weeks, and it only seemed to get stronger. I'd taken the job because I needed the money. Estate cleaning pays well when nobody else wants to do it. The family had hired me to sort through everything, decide what was worth keeping and what needed to go. They lived across the country and couldn't bear to come back themselves. I understood. Some places hold onto their ghosts too tightly. Her bedroom was the hardest room to enter, not because of what happened there, but because of what hadn't. The bed was made with hospital corners. The dresser drawers were organized by color and season, everything in its place like she'd been expecting company or preparing for something. I started with the closet. Her clothes hung in perfect rows, each hanger spaced exactly 2 fingers apart. Dresses on the left, blouses in the middle, jackets on the right. In the back corner, behind a wool coat that still had tags on it, I found a shoebox filled with letters. They were all addressed to her, but the return addresses had been torn off. The postmarks were recent, some from just weeks before she died. The first letter I opened made my hands shake. It was written in careful cursive, the kind they don't teach anymore. "You can't keep pretending you don't remember what happened that summer. We both know the truth. We both know what you did." I read 12 letters that night, each one more insistent than the last, each one signed with initials I didn't recognize. The writer knew details about her life that seemed impossible for a stranger to know, where she bought her groceries, what route she took to work, the color of her bedroom curtains. The police had ruled it suicide, the family had accepted it, case closed. But sitting on her bedroom floor, surrounded by letters that painted a picture of fear and secrets, I started to wonder what everyone else had missed. I called the detective who'd handled the case. He was retired now, living in a small town where nothing much happened anymore. His voice was tired when he answered, like he'd been expecting my call for months. She was troubled, he told me, had been for years. The neighbors said she kept to herself, barely spoke to anyone. When someone lives like that, isolated and paranoid, sometimes the mind just breaks. But the letters suggested she hadn't been paranoid. Someone had been watching her. Someone had been writing to her for months, maybe years. Someone who knew her well enough to hurt her. I spent the next week talking to neighbors, shopkeepers, anyone who might have known her. Most people remembered her as quiet, polite, but distant. The woman who ran the corner market said she always paid in cash and never made eye contact. The mailman mentioned she'd started picking up her mail directly from him instead of letting him put it in the box. Then I met the man who lived across the street. He'd been watching her house for months, he said, not in a creepy way, just curious about the woman who never seemed to have visitors. He'd seen someone else watching too. A car that parked at the end of the block most evenings, always with the same person inside. Older guy, he told me, wore a baseball cap pulled low, never got out of the car, just sat there smoking cigarettes and watching her windows. Made me nervous after a while. I asked him to describe the car. Blue sedan, maybe 10 years old, dent in the rear bumper. He'd written down the license plate number and given it to the police after she died, but they'd never followed up. The license plate led me to a man who lived 2 towns over. He had a record, mostly minor stuff, but 3 years ago he'd been arrested for stalking his ex-wife. The charges were dropped when she refused to testify. I drove to his house on a Tuesday afternoon, my heart hammering against my ribs. He answered the door before I could knock, like he'd been waiting. He was smaller than I'd expected, with soft hands and nervous eyes. When I mentioned her name, his face went pale. "I never hurt her," he said quickly. "I never even talked to her. I just wanted to understand." He invited me inside, and I followed him into a living room that felt like a shrine. The walls were covered with photographs, newspaper clippings, and what looked like a timeline drawn in red marker. All of it was about her. "She was my daughter," he said, and my world tilted sideways. He told me the story then, sitting in his chair, surrounded by evidence of obsession. She'd been given up for adoption as a baby. He'd spent 30 years looking for her, hiring private investigators, following dead ends, never giving up hope. When he finally found her, she was already an adult with a life of her own, a life that didn't include him. The letters weren't threats, he insisted. They were attempts at connection. He'd been trying to find a way to tell her who he was, but every letter came out wrong. Too desperate, too intrusive. He'd been watching her house because he couldn't figure out how to approach her directly. "She knew," he said, his voice breaking. "She figured out who I was from the letters. That's why she did it, because she couldn't handle having a father who was a stranger, who had abandoned her." But as I sat in his living room, surrounded by his version of love, I realized something didn't fit. The handwriting in the letters didn't match his. The tone was different, more accusatory than pleading. And there was something else, something that had been bothering me since I found that photograph. The man in the picture, the one whose face had been scratched out, he'd been wearing a baseball cap. I left his house with more questions than answers and drove back to her neighborhood. The sun was setting, casting long shadows across the street where she'd lived. I parked where the blue sedan used to park and tried to see what he'd been watching. Her bedroom window was visible from here. So was the kitchen window, and the back door where someone could come and go without being seen from the front of the house. I thought about the scratched-out photograph, about the letters with torn return addresses, about a woman who'd been careful enough to organize her closet by color, but careless enough to leave evidence of her fear hidden in a shoebox. The truth, when it finally surfaced, was simpler and more complicated than I'd imagined. She hadn't killed herself because she'd discovered her father. She'd killed herself because she'd discovered something else entirely. Something about the summer mentioned in those letters. Something about what really happened and who really wrote those words. I never found out what it was. The family decided to sell the house furnished, told me to leave everything as I'd found it. The letters went back in the shoebox. The photograph went back between the floorboards. The blue sedan stopped coming around. But sometimes, when the wind is blowing just right, I can still smell her perfume. Vanilla and something metallic, something that tastes like secrets and sounds like silence. The case was never reopened. The family was satisfied with suicide. The father went back to his shrine of photographs and regret, and I went back to cleaning out houses where the living had left their ghosts behind. Some stories don't have endings, they just have stopping points, places where the truth gets too heavy to carry any further. This is one of those stories. This is where I stopped looking. But the smell of vanilla still follows me home sometimes, and I wonder if some secrets are too dangerous to uncover. If some truths are better left buried between floorboards, where only the house itself remembers what really happened in that room where everything was always in its place. Crime 8, the coffee cup was still warm when I found it, sitting there on the kitchen counter, steam rising in lazy spirals as if someone had just taken a sip and walked away. But the house had been empty for 3 days. At least that's what everyone kept telling me. I picked up the cup, feeling the ceramic against my palm. The handle was slightly sticky, like fingers had gripped it too tightly. The coffee inside was black, no cream, no sugar. She always drank it black. I set it down carefully, my hand trembling just enough to make the liquid ripple. The case file lay open on the dining table where I'd left it the night before. Pages scattered, photographs paperclipped to witness statements. Her face stared up at me from a driver's license photo, that half-smile she always wore when she thought nobody was watching. The detective had called it a routine missing person investigation. Routine, as if anything about this felt routine. I'd volunteered to help sort through her belongings. That's what you do when someone disappears, right? You look for clues, for answers, for anything that might explain why they're gone. But 3 weeks into this process, I was finding things that didn't make sense. Things that made my skin crawl with recognition I couldn't quite place. The notebook was hidden behind a row of cookbooks, small, leather-bound, filled with her handwriting, but not the handwriting I remembered. This was different, sharper, more urgent, page after page of observations times descriptions of people, and my name written over and over again in the margins, sometimes underlined, sometimes circled, sometimes crossed out with such force that the pen had torn through the paper. I flipped through the pages, my breath catching as words jumped out at me. Follows the same route every morning, always parks in the same spot, never looks up when walking. How did she know these things about me? How long had she been watching? The phone rang, cutting through the silence like a knife. I fumbled for it, knocking over a stack of papers. Any luck with the search? The voice belonged to her sister, strained with worry and something else. Something that sounded almost like fear. Still looking, I said, closing the notebook quickly. Found some interesting things, though. A pause too long. What kind of things? I stared at the notebook in my hands. Personal items, you know how it is. Right, another pause. Listen, maybe you should take a break. This isn't healthy, spending so much time in her house. Maybe let the police handle it from here. After I hung up, the silence felt heavier. I walked through each room, looking for something I couldn't name. In the bedroom, I found a box under the bed. Inside were photographs, hundreds of them. Pictures of people going about their daily lives, unaware they were being watched. Pictures taken from car windows, through restaurant windows, from across streets. And there I was in photo after photo, walking to my car, sitting in cafes, standing in grocery store lines. Some of the photos had dates written on the back. They went back months, almost a year. My hands were shaking now. I spread the photos across the bed, trying to make sense of them. Why had she been following me? Why had she been following all these people? The faces in the photos looked ordinary, unremarkable. People living their lives, unaware they were being documented. That's when I noticed the pattern. Every person in these photographs had something in common. Something that made my stomach turn with a recognition I didn't want to acknowledge. I knew all of them. Not personally, but I'd seen them before. The woman from the coffee shop who always ordered the same drink. The man who jogged past my house every morning. The teenager who worked at the bookstore downtown. They were all part of my daily routine, people I saw regularly but never really noticed. Except someone had noticed them. Someone had been watching them because they were watching me. I found the recording device tucked inside a decorative bowl on the kitchen counter. Small, digital, still recording. How long had it been there? How many conversations had it captured? I pressed play with a finger that felt disconnected from my body. My own voice filled the room, talking to someone on the phone about weekend plans. Casual conversation, the kind you forget as soon as you hang up, but someone had wanted to remember it. Someone had thought it was important enough to preserve. I fast-forwarded through hours of recordings. My voice, her voice, other voices I recognized. Friends, family members, colleagues, all of us unknowingly performing for an invisible audience. Then I heard something that made me stop breathing. Her voice, but not talking to me, talking to someone else, someone whose voice I didn't recognize. She was explaining something, her tone urgent, almost pleading. You don't understand, it's not what you think. I had to do it this way. There was no other choice. But why him? The other voice was calm, patient. Out of everyone, why him? Because he was there, because he saw what happened, even if he doesn't remember, because someone has to pay attention. The recording continued, but the words became muffled, as if the device had been moved or covered. I could make out fragments, something about a night months ago, something about being in the wrong place, something about keeping quiet. I rewound the recording, listening to it again and again. Each time the words seemed to shift to mean something different, or maybe I was hearing what I wanted to hear, what I was afraid to hear. The sun was setting by the time I found the letter. It was sealed, my name written across the front in her careful handwriting. Not the sharp, urgent script from the notebook, but the soft, rounded letters I remembered from birthday cards and thank you notes. Inside was a single sheet of paper, a confession or maybe an explanation. I'm not sure there's a difference anymore. She wrote about seeing something she shouldn't have seen, about someone who needed to disappear before others started asking questions, about choosing to vanish rather than face the consequences of staying silent, about watching me because she needed to know if I remembered that night, if I would eventually piece together what she was trying to forget. But the letter raised more questions than it answered. What had she seen? What night was she talking about? and why did she think I was involved? I sat in her kitchen as darkness fell, surrounded by evidence of a life lived in shadows. The coffee cup was cold now, the steam long gone, but I couldn't shake the feeling that someone had been there recently, that someone was still watching. The police found her car 2 days later, abandoned near the state line. No signs of struggle, no indication of foul play, just another person who decided to start over somewhere else. That's what they told her family. That's what they told me. But I kept the notebook, the photographs, the recordings. I kept them because I needed to understand what she saw in me, what she was afraid I might remember. Sometimes late at night, I think I'm starting to figure it out. Fragments of memory surface, pieces of a puzzle I never knew I was supposed to solve. A night that feels familiar and strange at the same time. A conversation I might have overheard, a face I should have recognized. But every time I get close to remembering, the memory slips away like smoke. Maybe that's for the best. Maybe some truths are too heavy to carry. The coffee cup is still on my counter now. I moved it from her house to mine, though I'm not sure why. Sometimes I catch myself staring at it, wondering if she's still out there somewhere, still watching, still waiting for me to remember what I'm supposed to know. The case remains open, though nobody talks about it anymore. People disappear all the time, the detective told me. Most of them don't want to be found. But I can't stop looking, can't stop turning over every interaction we ever had, searching for clues I missed. Because somewhere in those conversations, in those shared moments, is the answer to why she ran. And maybe, if I'm honest with myself, the answer to what I'm running from too. Crime 9, I was installing new hardware on the bedroom door. That's when I noticed every lock in the house was flipped. All of them were set up to keep people inside rooms, not out, even the pantry, even the bathroom. And on the inside of each door frame, small scratch marks, like someone had tried to claw their way out. The house had been empty for months before I moved in. The previous tenant had left suddenly, according to the landlord. Personal emergency, he'd said, left most of her things behind. The rent was too good to pass up, so I didn't ask questions I should have. Her belongings were still scattered throughout the rooms. Women's clothing in the closet, books on the nightstand, a coffee mug still sitting on the kitchen counter with a ring of mold at the bottom. The landlord said I could throw everything away or donate it, whatever was easier. But something about discarding someone else's life felt wrong, so I packed most of it into boxes and stored them in the basement. The first week I noticed the locks but assumed they were just installed incorrectly. Maybe the previous tenant was paranoid about break-ins and had them put in backwards by mistake. It happens, but as I examined each one more closely, the scratches became impossible to ignore. They were deliberate, frantic. The wood around the door frames was gouged in places, as if fingernails had clawed at them repeatedly. I found her journal while going through the boxes. The handwriting was neat at first, orderly entries about work and daily routines. But as I flipped through the pages, the writing became increasingly erratic, the entries shorter, more paranoid. "He's watching me again," one entry read. "I can hear him moving around upstairs when I'm trying to sleep, but I live alone." Another entry dated weeks later, "Changed all the locks today, finally feel safe." But the dates didn't make sense. According to the landlord, she'd lived here for over 2 years. Yet the journal entries only spanned 6 months, and they told a story that didn't match what I was seeing. If she'd changed the locks for safety, why were they all facing inward? I called the landlord to ask about the previous tenant's departure. He was vague, almost dismissive, said she'd had a breakdown of some kind. mental health issues, had to be hospitalized. Her family came to collect her, but they didn't want to deal with the belongings. Too painful, apparently. That should have been the end of it, but I kept finding things. A hidden camera in the smoke detector, its memory card still intact. Prescription bottles with her name on them, half empty, for anxiety and sleep disorders. And in the back of the bedroom closet, behind a loose board, a collection of photographs. They were surveillance photos. Someone had been watching her. Pictures taken through windows from across the street, even from inside her own home. In some of them she looked terrified, glancing over her shoulder as if she knew she was being observed. In others, she appeared to be having conversations with someone just outside the frame. The final photos were different. They showed her installing the locks, all of them, but she wasn't alone. There was someone else in the images, someone directing her movements, someone whose face was always conveniently obscured or cut out of the frame. I examined the photos more closely under a magnifying glass. In the background of one image, I could see a reflection in the hallway mirror, a man's face partially visible. The features were familiar, but I couldn't place where I'd seen them before. That's when I noticed the smell. It had been there since I moved in, a faint odor I'd attributed to the house being closed up for so long. But now, with the photo spread across the kitchen table, it seemed stronger, sweet and metallic, coming from somewhere below. The basement had a locked door I'd never bothered to open. The landlord said it was just storage, nothing important. But the smell was definitely coming from behind that door, and unlike the other locks in the house, this one was installed normally. It was meant to keep people out. I found the key in her jewelry box, hidden inside a small compartment I'd almost missed. My hands were shaking as I unlocked the basement door. The smell hit me immediately, much stronger now. The stairs creaked under my weight as I descended into the darkness. The basement was larger than I'd expected, with multiple rooms branching off from the main area. In the first room, I found monitoring equipment, screens, recording devices, cables running along the walls and up through the ceiling. Someone had been watching the entire house. Every room had been under surveillance. But it was the second room that made my blood freeze. The walls were covered with photographs, hundreds of them, all of the previous tenant taken over what must have been months or years, eating, sleeping, showering, crying, every moment of her life documented and displayed like trophies. And in the center of the room, a desk with a journal, not hers, someone else's. The handwriting was different, more aggressive. The entries detailed her daily routines, her fears, her growing paranoia, but they were written from the perspective of someone who enjoyed watching her suffer. She changed the locks again today, one entry read. Doesn't matter, I'm already inside. The final entry was dated just days before she supposedly left. She's starting to figure it out. Time to make new arrangements. I heard footsteps above me, slow, deliberate. Someone was in the house, someone who had a key, someone who knew I would eventually find this room. The landlord's voice drifted down through the floorboards, calling my name, but his tone was different now. Not the friendly, dismissive man I'd spoken with before. This voice was cold, calculated. I looked at the photographs again, studying the surveillance images more carefully. The reflection in the hallway mirror became clearer now that I knew what I was looking for. The face was older in the photos, but unmistakable. It was him, the landlord. He hadn't just been renting her a house. He'd been watching her, controlling her, driving her to paranoia by making her think she was losing her mind, all while documenting her deterioration. The locks hadn't been installed to keep intruders out. They'd been installed to keep her trapped inside, to make her feel like a prisoner in her own home. The scratches on the door frames weren't from someone trying to break in, they were from someone trying to break out. But if he'd been doing this to her, what had happened to make her leave so suddenly? And why had he rented the house to me? The footsteps stopped directly above me. I could hear him moving furniture, the same sounds the previous tenant had written about in her journal, the sounds that had made her think someone was living in her walls. I realized then that I'd never actually seen any paperwork for the house. No lease, no background check, no references. He just handed me the keys and asked for cash, no questions asked. My phone buzzed with a text message from an unknown number. Found the room yet? I looked up at the ceiling and saw the small camera lens looking back at me, just like the ones upstairs, just like the ones that had been watching her. The basement door slammed shut above me, and I heard the lock turn, but this time it wasn't to keep someone out. I was exactly where he wanted me to be. Story 10. The worn envelope, its edges tinged with age, held a fresh stamp as if just kissed by the post. With caution, the detective unfolded its contents. A single sheet of paper lay inside, bearing a message typed hastily in an uneven script. I am sorry for what I did. The paper exuded a faint dampness, and the scent of iron lingered in the air. Only upon closer inspection did Detective Sarah Morgan spot the reddish smear along the bottom. It was not ink. Carefully, she placed the letter into an evidence bag, her gloved hands moving with practiced expertise. The forensics team confirmed her suspicions. The reddish stain was human blood, matching DNA from an unsolved homicide of journalist Rebecca Warren. Rebecca had been found in her apartment, a tragic victim of multiple stab wounds. Her laptop was missing, notes scattered, hinting that her demise was linked to an unfinished story. Despite exhaustive efforts, the case had grown cold until the arrival of this cryptic letter addressed simply to the Homicide Division. The sender had left few fingerprints, only elusive smudges hinting at gloved hands. The postmark, however, offered a glimmer of hope after months of stagnation. In the briefing room, Detective Morgan gathered her team amidst a sea of unsolved mysteries. She affixed the letter's image at the heart of the board, declaring, "This changes everything. Our perpetrator shows remorse." Detective James Chen, her steadfast partner, countered, "Or perhaps they wish us to believe so. The blood a theatrical ploy, a taunt." Tracing the typewriter's unique patterns to a bygone model, the forensics team embarked on a hunt through antique shops and collectors' troves. Simultaneously, they delved into Rebecca's life, uncovering her fearless pursuit of truth and justice. Her investigation into a wealthy, politically connected family had unearthed a nest of secrets and lies. As the inquiry intensified, a second letter arrived, bearing the same typewritten message in blood. This time, the confession hinted at a deadly conspiracy within the family. Their path led to the mansion of the deceased patriarch, where suspicions fell upon the eldest son, Richard, and his meticulously curated collection of typewriters. A breakthrough emerged when microscopic fibers on the envelopes linked to custom stationery owned by the youngest daughter, Eleanor. A search of Richard's abode revealed a trove of incriminating evidence tying him to Rebecca's murder. The puzzle deepened with revelations of financial transactions between Richard and Michael, Rebecca's boyfriend. The truth unfurled with Eleanor's clandestine recording, exposing Richard's sinister plot to silence Rebecca permanently. Arrested in a bid to escape justice, Richard's trial unveiled a web of deceit woven with blood-stained letters, financial trails, and damning recordings. Despite his protests of innocence, the jury swiftly delivered a guilty verdict. As Richard faced the consequences of his actions, Detective Morgan sought solace for Rebecca's grieving parents. The conviction offered a semblance of closure, a bittersweet respite from their profound loss. The blood-stained letters stood as a testament to the inevitable unraveling of meticulously crafted crimes, a reminder that guilt, whether genuine or strategic, can be a killer's downfall. Rebecca Warren's case became a pivotal lesson in the annals of detective lore, illustrating that sometimes the key to unlocking a mystery lies not in high-tech wizardry, but in the echoes of an old typewriter and the burden of remorse that shadows a killer's steps into the night. Story 11. She entered through the front door, the air heavy with the dance of dust motes. The abandoned house stood frozen in time, its peeling walls and shrouded furniture telling silent stories of neglect. Yet amidst the stillness, a peculiar mystery lingered. Each door she opened led her back to the same room, the parlor. No matter her path, she found herself trapped in a bewildering loop, the only escape route vanishing behind her. Detective Sarah Lind observed the scene of intrigue, where Morgan Pierce's presence had shifted the Victorian from forgotten relic to a haunting crime scene. Inside, forensic experts moved like phantoms, unraveling the dark secrets woven into its walls. The house, once known for its unsettling reputation, now held secrets far more chilling than mere urban legends. The initial assessment suggests she passed about 3 days ago, the medical examiner murmured, his words barely a whisper in the heavy silence. Asphyxiation seems to be the cause of death. Morgan had been discovered seated in an antique chair in the parlor, her posture serene as if awaiting a visitor. No signs of struggle marked her peaceful expression, hands folded neatly in her lap. The eerie calm of the scene unsettled even the most seasoned investigators. "Who found the body?" Lind inquired, her voice a soft echo in the dim space. A real estate agent showing the property stumbled upon her, mistaking her for a trespasser, her partner replied, only realizing the truth upon closer inspection. The house had stood vacant since the passing of its previous owner, Eleanor Blackwood, years before. Legal disputes had left it abandoned, a forgotten relic attracting only vandals and thrill-seekers. Morgan Pierce, a young researcher captivated by architectural anomalies, had ventured into the Victorian's depths in pursuit of her thesis. Her disappearance, reported by a concerned roommate, unveiled a trail of mysterious visits to the house known for its disorienting nature. Her roommate mentioned Morgan spoke of investigating the house where people vanish for her studies, Lind noted, her gaze scanning the gathered evidence. Delving deeper into Morgan's research uncovered a series of journal entries detailing bizarre phenomena within the house's peculiar echoes, sudden chills, and doors that defied logic by leading to different spaces with each opening. In her final notes, she spoke of capturing these anomalies with specialized equipment that remained conspicuously absent from the scene. Further examination during the autopsy revealed traces of a rare alkaloid in Morgan's system, a substance known for inducing disorientation and vivid visions. Yet the dosage found was insufficient to be lethal, raising questions about its presence. She wasn't one for recreational substances, her boyfriend insisted during questioning. Morgan was meticulous in her approach to research. Deliberate disorientation wouldn't have been her choice. As digital traces unveiled cryptic conversations with a mysterious figure sharing her fascination with the house, Lynn's investigation turned toward Adam Reeves, an expert in architectural history who had shared a connection with Morgan. Reeves, devastated by her demise, spoke of the house's intricate design and its potential secrets that transcended mere optical illusions. But Reeves' alibi placed him far from the scene at the time of Morgan's passing, leaving Lind to seek answers elsewhere. A revelation from a leaner Blackwood's grandson, unveiling a dark family history of unexplained deaths within the house, opened a new chapter in the investigation. The house claims those who linger within its walls, the grandson disclosed, sharing journals documenting a pattern of peaceful deaths in the parlor, a pattern known as the claiming. A hidden compartment discovered behind the parlor fireplace unveiled a trove of artifacts from diverse cultures, centered around a carved figurine representing a deity of thresholds and liminal spaces. Traces of the mysterious alkaloid linked the artifacts to Morgan's demise, deepening the enigma shrouding the house. As dust patterns revealed a secondary presence during Morgan's passing, Lind's focus shifted to the unseen force at play within the Victorian's walls. Weeks into the inquiry, Adam Reeves met a similar fate to Morgan, his demise mirroring her own, with a key clutched in his hand that unlocked the hidden chamber within the house. In his final correspondence, Reeves penned a revelation of the house's true nature, a place where perception, not physical barriers, held souls captive in a web of illusions. The investigation remained open, marked by suspicious deaths and unanswered questions, while the condemned Victorian stood as a silent sentinel to its dark legacy. Whispers of spectral lights flickering within its confines and tales of lost souls trapped within its walls continued to haunt the locals, weaving a tapestry of mystery and foreboding. Some believed the house claimed those who delved too deep into its mysteries, while others pondered the existence of ancient powers lurking in the shadows of reality. The truth, like an elusive exit in a labyrinth of endless doors, remained just out of reach, buried within the depths of a house where time stood still and secrets whispered in the shadows. Story 12, in the quiet closure of a fading costume shop where time lingered like whispers in the dust, a woman's hand reached for a mask forgotten on a weathered shelf. Its delicate features held a lifelike allure, yet beneath the surface, a subtle unease stirred. As she placed it upon the worn counter, a hesitant cashier murmured, "That's not ours." Bewilderment clouded her thoughts as she searched for a tag that was nowhere to be found. With a casual shrug, she carried the mysterious mask to her home, unaware of the shadows that trailed behind its gaze. Under the veil of night, a soft rustling stirred her from slumber. A gentle whisper of fabric caressed the air. Her eyes opened to find the mask, no longer resting on the dresser where she had left it, now perched upon her nightstand, its gaze fixed upon her in silent contemplation. The woman, known as Catherine Reed, was later discovered by a concerned neighbor, the morning light spilling into her darkened home through the ajar door. What unfolded within those walls would echo through the corridors of time, a puzzle unsolved, a mystery veiled in shadows. Detective Morgan arrived at the scene, where forensics meticulously documented the haunting tableau. The rhythmic click of shutters danced beneath the hushed voices of investigators as they sought answers in the silence. Amidst the ordinary details of a life abruptly halted, a single drawer ajar, a forgotten water glass with a trace of lipstick, one truth stood starkly clear: Catherine Reed would never awaken from her eternal slumber. The medical examiner's grim countenance betrayed the enigma that lay before them. With no visible wounds, no signs of struggle, the cause of Catherine's demise remained shrouded in uncertainty. Yet her frozen expression spoke volumes, etched in terror that defied explanation. The detective, her gaze a well of unspoken truths, bent closer, whispering, something scared her to the brink of eternity. Catherine Reed, an art appraiser of discerning eye and meticulous nature, had lived a life intertwined with the pursuit of authenticity. Her colleagues spoke of her keen insight, her ability to discern the counterfeit from the genuine with a glance. Could this very gift have led her down a path where the shadows whispered of ancient secrets and unseen perils? The threads of fate began to unravel as security footage from the costume shop unveiled a peculiar truth. The mask that had found its way into Catherine's possession bore no trace within the shop's inventory. A veil of confusion enveloped the cashier, his words a cryptic echo of denial. The detective's footsteps led her to the empty husk of the shop, where the owner's nervous admission hinted at a darker legacy woven through the fabric of time. A breakthrough emerged from the delicate fibers embedded in Catherine's grasp, a silent witness to her final moments of terror. The lab technician's revelation painted a tapestry of the inexplicable, a blend of human hair and an unknown organic substance defying modern classification. Each thread woven into the fabric of a mystery spanning decades, each victim claimed by a mask of dread. In a clandestine meeting with a retired detective, ancient truths emerged from the shadows of forgotten cases. A yellowed file revealed inscriptions hidden within the masks, symbols hinting at a ritual older than memory. A scholar's whispers spoke of soul transference, of entities bound by the threads of mortality and beyond. The labyrinth of secrets deepened with the discovery of Catherine's journal, a testament to her descent into the abyss of the unknown. Her frantic words bore witness to the mask's sentience, its hunger for souls entwined with the echoes of the past. As the detective pieced together the fragments of a puzzle too dark to fathom, a chilling truth emerged: death by fear, a heart stilled by the weight of unseen horrors. Yet the shadows held more than mere whispers of the past. Surveillance footage unveiled a figure cloaked in darkness, donning Catherine's visage like a macabre masquerade. The realization dawned something had taken her form, a puppeteer of dread pulling strings unseen. The hunt for the elusive mask spanned far and wide, its phantom presence lingering like a ghost in the night. Reports surfaced of its reappearance in a distant vintage shop, a harbinger of silent dread. By the time investigators arrived, it had slipped through their grasp, leaving behind only whispers in its wake. The mask's legacy remains etched in the annals of unsolved mysteries, a chilling reminder of an ancient curse reborn in the modern age. The detective, keeper of Catherine's journal, guards a truth too profound for official records, a truth that stirs in the stillness of night, a specter of what lurks beyond the veil. As the world slumbers, unaware of the shadows that dance on the edge of perception, the mask waits in the wings, a sentinel of unfathomable hunger. Should its empty gaze fall upon another soul, a new chapter in a saga as old as time will unfold, a tale of masks and men, of souls adrift in a sea of eternal twilight. Story 13. Arcel had no way back, no tracking tag, just a cardboard box slightly damp from the morning dew. It was not meant for her. Her address was correct, but the name was incorrect. She should have disregarded it, should have left it on the porch, but curiosity prevailed. She peeled off the tape, anticipating books, clothes, something innocuous. Instead, inside was a VHS tape with a lone sticky note attached. Watch alone. Sarah Miller gazed at the black plastic rectangle resting in her hands. The weight felt off somehow heavier than expected, as if carrying the gravity of something forbidden. Her fingers explored the worn edges of the tape, sensing the small imperfections in the plastic casing. The handwritten note bore the indentations of someone who pressed the pen too firmly against paper, urgency evident in every stroke. The suburban neighborhood around her continued its ordinary symphony, a dog barking in the distance, children playing somewhere beyond her fence, the mechanical hum of a lawnmower cutting through the morning air. Everyday life carried on, oblivious to what had just been delivered. Sarah brought the package inside, placing it on her kitchen counter as doubt crept into her mind. The name on the box, Daniel Whitaker, meant nothing to her. She had resided in the house for nearly 4 years and never received mail for anyone by that name. The previous residents had been the Johnsons, an elderly couple who relocated to be closer to their grandchildren. Curiosity and unease warred within her as she glanced at her VCR, a relic she kept mostly for nostalgia. Something about the tape beckoned to her, a mystery shrouded in worn black plastic. Against her better judgment, Sarah slid the tape into the machine. Static initially filled the screen, white noise that gradually sharpened into focus. A dimly lit dark room appeared, illuminated by a single lamp. The camera angle was low, slightly askew, as if hastily positioned. A man sat in a wooden chair, his face initially obscured by shadow. "My name is Daniel Whitaker," the man spoke, his voice soft but steady. "If you're watching this, someone found you, which means they'll find me too." He leaned forward, revealing a face marked by sleepless nights and constant vigilance, deep-set eyes, several days of stubble, hair disheveled. "I didn't kill her, I need you to know that, but they found my fingerprints, my DNA, even though I never touched her." The camera shook slightly as Daniel adjusted it, unveiling more of the sparse room, bare walls, minimal furniture, the temporary dwelling of someone prepared to leave at any moment. They planted everything. "The police report will say I knew her, that we argued, that witnesses heard us fighting. None of it's true. I never met Catherine Walsh until I saw her face on the news." His voice cracked slightly. "Dead, murdered in her home, and somehow my DNA was all over the crime scene." Detective Eliza Ramirez studied the identical VHS tape on her desk, the fifth one to surface. 5 tapes, 5 different recipients, all with the same desperate message from Daniel Whitaker, a man officially listed as the primary suspect in Catherine Walsh's murder. A man who had vanished without a trace the day her body was discovered. The Walsh case had been straightforward at first. Young professional woman found strangled in her bedroom. No forced entry. Signs of a struggle. DNA evidence pointing clearly to Whitaker, whose fingerprints were already in the system from a minor offense years earlier. Neighbors reported seeing a man matching his description near her home several times in the weeks before. Cell phone records placed him in the vicinity on the night of the murder, open and shut until the tapes started appearing. "The tapes complicate things," Detective Ramirez spoke into her recorder as she updated her case notes. "Whitaker is either executing an elaborate misdirection or exposing something much darker." She reviewed her evidence board photos of Catherine Walsh smiling at a company event, the crime scene photos too disturbing to dwell on, maps showing the locations where the packages had been delivered, and in the center, Daniel Whitaker's driver's license photo. His eyes seemed to follow her, pleading. The investigation took an unexpected turn when Ramirez discovered Catherine Walsh had been involved in a whistleblower case against her employer, Pharmacorp, a powerful pharmaceutical company with government contracts. Walsh had discovered irregularities in their clinical trial data, evidence that they had covered up serious side effects in a new drug rushing to market. She was going to testify, a former colleague whispered to Ramirez during an interview, constantly glancing toward the door. Catherine had documents, proof that executives knew about the problems and buried them. The trial was next week. The detective began noticing strange inconsistencies. The DNA evidence was almost too perfect, found in locations that made little logical sense for the crime. The witness testimonies about Whitaker seemed rehearsed, with identical phrasing across different statements. And most disturbing, security footage from nearby buildings mysteriously corrupted for the exact window of time surrounding the murder. Sarah Miller received a second package 3 days after the tape. This one contained documents, clinical trial reports, internal memos, email printouts. all from PharmaCorp, all bearing Catherine Walsh's digital signature, all proving she had been right. The investigation shifted. Detective Ramirez connected with recipients of the other tapes, piecing together Whitaker's breadcrumb trail. He had worked IT security for a contractor that serviced PharmaCorp systems. He had never met Catherine, but he had seen her name flagged in an unusual security protocol he wasn't meant to access. They were monitoring her, Whitaker explained in a second tape that surfaced. I saw the surveillance orders in the system. They knew she was gathering evidence. And then I found myself locked out of the network. The next day she was dead, and somehow I became the killer. The case broke when Sarah Miller noticed something on her copy of the tape that others had missed. A reflection in a window behind Whitaker showed a row of storage units. Working with Detective Ramirez, they identified the location. Inside Unit 217, they found everything. Daniel Whitaker's journal documenting the conspiracy, the original files Catherine had collected, and most damning, detailed plans for framing Whitaker, written in the handwriting of PharmaCorp's head of security, a former police detective with access to evidence collection protocols. Justice arrived not in a dramatic arrest, but through the steady accumulation of evidence that could not be denied. 3 executives were indicted. The head of security confessed, accepting a deal to testify against his employers. The drug was pulled from market consideration. Daniel Whitaker emerged from hiding, gaunt and changed by his time as a fugitive. The charges against him were dropped, but the experience had marked him permanently. Sarah Miller met him once when he came to retrieve his tape. They spoke briefly on her porch, the same spot where his package had first arrived. "Why me?" she asked. "Why send it to my address?" He looked at her with tired eyes. "The algorithm chose you. I needed people with no connection to me or Catherine, people they wouldn't be watching. People who might still trust their own judgment when the news said I was guilty." The former suspect and the accidental witness stood in silence, contemplating how thin the line between justice and manufactured truth could be. Sarah finally spoke. The wrong address turned out to be exactly the right one. The VHS tapes were logged into evidence, physical reminders that sometimes the truth arrives in unexpected packages, bearing unfamiliar names, waiting for someone curious enough to look inside. Story 14. In the dimly lit apartment, shadows danced along the cracked walls, creating a ghostly ambience that seemed to seep into every corner. The old heating system groaned like a tired beast, and the pipes rattled with a haunting melody that echoed through the empty rooms. It was a symphony of the forgotten, a lullaby for the lost souls who once called this place home. She, a weary traveler in the realm of the unknown, wandered through the silent corridors, her footsteps muffled by the thick layer of dust that coated the floor. The air was heavy with the weight of memories long buried, secrets whispered in the darkness where no light dared to tread. And then she heard it, a voice soft and gentle, like a breath of wind carrying a long-forgotten song. It whispered her name, a melody of longing that sent shivers down her spine. She hesitated, unsure if it was real or just a trick of the tired mind. Pressing her ear against the rusted vent cover, she strained to listen, heart pounding in her chest. A cold breeze caressed her cheek, teasing and elusive, before the voice spoke again, a playful cadence in its tone. "I know you can hear me," it murmured, a promise woven with mystery. Detective Morgan Shaw, a seeker of truths hidden in the shadows, stood in the heart of the vacant apartment, her gaze fixed on the rusted vent cover that held secrets untold. Around her, the forensics team moved with precision, their cameras capturing the remnants of a story long forgotten. Alina Reeves, the missing soul whose fate had brought them here, had vanished into the silence of the night, leaving behind a trail of whispers that danced through the vents like restless spirits. Her presence lingered in the air, a ghostly presence that refused to be forgotten. Officer Patel, his voice a solemn whisper in the stillness, recounted the tale of Alina's descent into darkness. She had heard the voices, felt the eyes watching her from unseen places, but no one had believed her. They dismissed her fears as the ramblings of a troubled mind, blind to the truth that lurked within the walls. Shaw knelt by the vent, her fingers tracing the deep gouges that marred its edges. They were not the marks of tools, but of desperation, of a soul trapped in a nightmare of its own making. Fingernails, raw and ragged, had clawed at the metal in a futile attempt to escape the unseen horrors that lurked within. The apartment bore witness to Alina's struggle, to the quiet terror that had consumed her in the final days before her disappearance. Her belongings, scattered like fragments of a shattered dream, told the story of a life interrupted, of a spirit haunted by whispers in the night. As Shaw delved deeper into the mystery, she uncovered a tapestry of darkness woven into the very fabric of the building. The history of apartment 4B was a tapestry of tragedy, a web of souls lost to the shadows that whispered through the walls. The building superintendent, a man of secrets and shadows, held the key to the mystery that gripped the apartment in its icy embrace. Harold Weber, a silent watcher in the night, bore the weight of sins long forgotten, his calm demeanor a mask for the darkness that lurked within. The hidden passage in Alina's bathroom revealed a truth more chilling than Shaw had dared to imagine. A secret world hidden from prying eyes, where a predator had stalked his prey with silent precision, his whispers a siren's song that led them to their doom. Weber's computer, a portal to a realm of twisted desires, held the key to the horrors that had unfolded within the walls. Audio recordings, photographs, a digital journal of madness all laid bare in the cold light of truth. As Shaw stood in the silence of the courtroom, listening to the echoes of a nightmare long past, she felt a chill creep up her spine. Weber's words, a haunting echo of a darkness that refused to be banished, lingered in the air like a curse. The verdict, a final judgment on a soul lost to the shadows, echoed through the empty corridors of the apartment building. Guilty on all counts, Weber vanished into the abyss of his own making, a ghost in the machine of justice. And still the whispers lingered. The building, a silent witness to the horrors that had unfolded within its walls, bore the scars of a darkness that refused to be forgotten. Residents came and went, their footsteps echoing through the empty halls, their voices lost in the whispers that haunted the night. The apartment building, a monument to the forgotten, stood as a silent sentinel to the mysteries that lurked within its crumbling walls. The whispers in the vents, the cold drafts that carried voices from the past, were a reminder of a darkness that could never be erased. And so the building stood, a testament to the shadows that danced in the night, a beacon for the lost souls who wandered its silent corridors. The whispers never ceased, a melody of longing that echoed through the empty rooms, a lullaby for the restless spirits that haunted its halls. Story 15, in the silent solitude of her bathroom, she swiped away the mist veiling the mirror, casting her gaze upon her own reflection. Yet in that moment, a subtle unease crept into her consciousness. Her features appeared unchanged, her attire familiar, but an unsettling sensation lingered, growing stronger with each passing moment. A fleeting movement caught in the corner of her eye, a flicker of something unseen. As she turned away, her reflection remained motionless, an eerie stillness in its gaze, a silent watcher. Thus began the enigmatic tale of Rebecca Thorne, set in motion by that enigmatic incident in her bathroom. What unfolded would baffle investigators and haunt the community for years to come. Rebecca inhabited a modest abode in a serene suburban enclave, leading a solitary existence. Known for her methodical nature and reserved demeanor, she traversed her days with precision, her life structured by routine. No one could have foreseen that she would become the focal point of one of the decade's most perplexing criminal enigmas. The initial signs seemed innocuous. Trivial items in her dwelling had been subtly rearranged, nothing missing, just displaced. A coffee mug shifted to a different shelf, books reordered, her toothbrush misplaced. She brushed off these peculiar occurrences as mere lapses in memory, attributing them to the strain of her work as a data analyst, where hours blurred together under the harsh glare of fluorescent lights. It wasn't until after enduring weeks of such disturbances that Rebecca finally reached out to the authorities, and Detective Marion Shaw received the first report. Initially deeming it non-criminal, more suited for mental health services than police intervention, Shaw cataloged the complaint among other low-priority cases. There was nothing concrete, Shaw later recounted. No signs of forced entry, no missing possessions, just a woman plagued by a sense of unease within her own home. The pivotal moment arrived with the incident involving the bathroom mirror. During her subsequent interaction with law enforcement, Rebecca recounted the surreal experience in vivid detail, the sense of her reflection moving independently, the persistent feeling of being observed even in solitude. This time she provided evidence: a security camera discreetly installed, aimed at her front door. The footage unveiled a revelation that sent a shiver down the spines of even the most seasoned officers. The grainy recording depicted Rebecca departing for work in the morning, only for an exact replica of her to enter the apartment 20 minutes later, using a key. Forensic scrutiny of the footage revealed no signs of tampering or digital manipulation. The doppelganger moved and dressed identical to Rebecca, even carrying her distinctive leather bag. Yet, timestamps from her workplace security system confirmed Rebecca's presence at her office across town at the same time. "We are facing a doppelganger scenario," Detective Shaw informed her superiors. "Someone who has meticulously studied Ms. Thorne and can mimic her with uncanny precision." The investigation surged forth. Fingerprints found in the apartment matched solely with Rebecca's, devoid of any foreign DNA. Neighbors reported no unusual sightings, just Rebecca's regular comings and goings. Mrs. Keller, a neighbor, recalled greeting Rebecca upon her return one evening, receiving no response, an anomaly that struck her as odd, yet not alarming. Rebecca commenced documenting the disruptions in a journal. Minor alterations within her residence began to escalate. Unexplained food vanished from her refrigerator, her computer displayed searches she had not conducted, and most unsettlingly, she discovered selfies on her phone, images resembling her, yet taken without her knowledge. In some snapshots, her countenance appeared subtly awry, the smile too wide, the eyes too intense. "I feel as though I'm descending into madness," she confessed to Detective Shaw during their subsequent meeting. "Or perhaps someone is orchestrating it to appear so." A breakthrough materialized as investigators discerned a pattern in the security footage. The doppelganger only intruded when Rebecca ventured out for specific engagements: therapy sessions, yoga classes, Sunday grocery runs, predetermined activities with predictable durations. "Someone is intimately acquainted with your routine," Shaw elucidated. "This isn't happenstance, it's targeted surveillance and infiltration." A forensic psychologist postulated a fixation theory, a fixation on becoming Rebecca, inhabiting her existence and potentially supplanting her entirely. Though uncommon, such cases found mention in psychological studies involving individuals fixated on a victim who embodied traits they coveted: stability, beauty, success, normalcy. The focus narrowed when Rebecca mentioned a former co-worker, Lily Winters, dismissed due to escalating erratic behavior. Lily had worked closely with Rebecca, often noting similarities between them. Following her termination, she had dispatched a series of disquieting emails to Rebecca, one ominously stating, "We could be mirror images. Sometimes I feel more like you than you do." Armed with a warrant, Detective Shaw led a search of Lily's abode, unearthing a chilling revelation. Within one chamber, a shrine-like replica of Rebecca's bedroom had taken form. Walls adorned with countless snapshots of Rebecca in various scenarios, captured surreptitiously. A closet harbored replicas of Rebecca's attire, alongside cosmetics mirroring her preferred brands. Detailed notes chronicled her mannerisms, speech patterns, and daily rituals. Most perturbing were the practice videos, Lily meticulously mimicking Rebecca's gait, gestures, and expressions. The evolution was evident, from clumsy mimicry to near-perfect emulation. "She aspired to inhabit my essence," Rebecca murmured upon viewing the evidence. "Not just imitate me, but obliterate me." Forensic examination unveiled sophisticated apparatus for key replication and electronic access card duplication. Lily had orchestrated an intricate system to monitor Rebecca's movements, including a calendar predicting her schedule meticulously. What remained elusive was Lily's ultimate intent. Journals recovered from her residence contained rambling entries oscillating between first and third person, at times referring to Rebecca as both me and her within the same passage. The final entry sent a chill down investigators' spines. "Soon, only one shall endure. The stronger entity shall prevail." However, when authorities moved to apprehend Lily, she had vanished without a trace. Her residence bore signs of abrupt departure, drawers ajar, certain technology missing. A nationwide manhunt ensued, with Rebecca relocated to a secure haven under continuous watch. For 3 weeks, every locale linked to Rebecca's former life underwent stringent surveillance. Yet, Lily remained elusive. The saga took a disquieting turn when a security guard at Rebecca's former workplace reported an anomaly. Rebecca had purportedly been sighted entering the premises despite being on leave. Subsequent scrutiny of security footage confirmed the unsettling truth: a figure identical to Rebecca had utilized a valid ID card to access the building, perusing her former workstation for 40 minutes before exiting. Meanwhile, the real Rebecca remained sequestered in protective custody, forging a new identity in an undisclosed haven. Detective Shaw preserved a photograph on her desk, a striking resemblance between two women. One was Rebecca Thorne, the other Lily Winters. At times, she scrutinized their features, seeking nuances that would differentiate one from the other. The truly chilling aspect, Shaw imparted to fresh recruits, is not that someone can mirror your appearance or voice. It's the desire to assimilate your essence so fervently that they annihilate their own being in the process. Identity isn't solely our outward facade, but a treasure we safeguard vigilantly, and at times its worth dawns upon us only when threatened with theft. Story 16. The worn-down hotel exuded a certain charm, a place where transient souls found respite for a night. When the clerk handed her the key, a peculiar expression flitted across his face. "Just avoid the last door on the left," he whispered, his words tinged with an unspoken warning. Intrigue tugged at her, pulling her towards the mystery lurking within the shadows of the hallway. That night, shrouded in the hushed ambience of the dimly lit corridor, she hesitated before the forbidden door. The brass handle felt icy under her touch, sending a shiver down her spine. To her eyes, the door appeared no different from its companions, yet as she leaned in closer, a subtle presence stirred from the other side, a soft whisper of existence. Detective Morgan Reed, weary from lack of sleep, stooped under the yellow crime scene tape, entering a world suffused with a metallic tang that pricked her senses. The room unfolded before her like a macabre canvas, spotless bathroom, untouched bed, and at the heart of it all, the chilling tableau of a life extinguished. A young woman lay sprawled on the floor, a silent witness to a tragedy untold, her vacant gaze fixed on the ceiling, a silent scream frozen on her features. Reed knelt beside the fallen figure, a silent sentinel amidst the chaos, mindful not to disturb the delicate dance of evidence markers scattered around. The forensic technician, his voice devoid of emotion, informed her that this marked the third such scene, a sinister pattern emerging from the shadows of the night. The victim, adorned in elegant attire, seemed out of place in the motel's forgotten realm. A designer handbag, untouched, hinted at a motive beyond simple greed. This was a crime of passion, a tale woven with threads of obsession and betrayal. Back at the precinct, Reed pieced together the puzzle on the incident board, connecting the dots between three women of striking similarity, all snatched from the anonymity of cheap motels. The community whispered of a predator roaming unchecked, a specter haunting the fringes of society. As the days blurred into one another, the investigation plunged deeper, unearthing secrets buried beneath layers of deceit. Surveillance footage yielded no answers, casting a veil of uncertainty over the case. Elaine Werner, the victim, a woman of meticulous habits and discreet demeanor, had ventured into the lion's den unbeknownst to her. A breakthrough emerged during a fraught interview with Werner's sister, unveiling a clandestine affair with a shadowy figure known only as C. The trail led to Charles Emerson, a high-ranking executive with a pristine facade that masked a darker truth lurking beneath. Emerson's polished veneer cracked under the weight of evidence, revealing a man consumed by fear of exposure, a man driven to silence the echoes of his transgressions. The courtroom drama unfolded with precision, each revelation peeling back the layers of deceit until the core of his depravity lay bare for all to see. In the aftermath, as Emerson was escorted into the darkness of his fate, Reed caught a glimpse of emptiness in his gaze, a void where empathy should have resided, a chilling reminder of the monsters that walk among us in human guise. The saga of the door on the left case faded into memory, a cautionary tale etched in the annals of criminal history. Yet for Reed, the echoes of that fateful night lingered, a whisper in the corridors of her mind, a reminder that behind every closed door lies a story waiting to be told. And in the quiet confines of the evidence locker, 3 hotel keys lay dormant, silent witnesses to the horrors that unfolded behind the façade of room 23, a testament to the indelible mark left by a killer's touch on the fabric of reality. Story 17. In the stillness of the night, a gentle creak echoed through the old cottage as she stepped onto the wooden plank, unknowingly setting off a chain of events that would unravel the tranquility she sought. The subtle movement beneath her feet caught her attention, drawing her into a mysterious world hidden just below the surface. Beneath the veil of normalcy, she sensed a secret waiting to be unveiled. With a sense of curiosity tinged with apprehension, she knelt down and traced her fingers along the edges of the loose plank. The floor, once solid and reassuring, now whispered of hidden depths and untold stories. Her hands moved with quiet determination as she carefully pried up the boards, revealing a dark, narrow space that seemed to hold its breath in anticipation. Dust motes danced in the dim light, cobwebs clinging to the shadows like memories long forgotten. As her eyes adjusted to the darkness, shapes began to take form. A mattress worn and faded, a chair its back turned as if in silent vigil. And in the far corner a tattered notebook lay open, its pages filled with a name repeated over and over her name, a haunting echo of a presence unknown. Detective Morgan Reed stood silently behind Sarah Coleman, her gaze fixed on the abyss that yawned beneath the cottage. The flicker of fear in Sarah's eyes spoke volumes, a silent scream of violation and unease that transcended the physical realm. "Leave everything as it is," Detective Reed's voice cut through the silence, a beacon of calm in the midst of turmoil. With a click, her flashlight pierced the darkness, revealing a hidden chamber adorned with a chilling display of obsession. Photographs adorned the walls like a twisted gallery, capturing moments of Sarah's life unbeknownst to her. The mundane mingled with the unsettling, a voyeuristic shrine to a love that bordered on madness. Sarah had purchased the cottage from the estate of a man named Walter Green, a recluse whose secrets now whispered through the cracks in the floorboards. The whispers of the past, the shadows of the unseen, woven into the very fabric of her new beginning. The investigators descended upon the hidden chamber, their presence a solemn reminder of the darkness that lurked beneath the surface of the mundane. Each piece of evidence catalogued, each fingerprint a ghostly echo of a life lived in shadows. As the truth slowly unfurled like a macabre tapestry, a pattern emerged, a pattern of obsession, of fixation that spanned years and crossed boundaries unseen. Walter Green, a specter from the shadows, had woven himself into Sarah's life with threads of delusion and desire. The psychologist's words hung heavy in the air, a chilling reminder of the fragility of the human mind. Walter's fixation, born of loneliness and longing, had grown into a twisted fantasy that threatened to consume them both. Detective Reed's investigation led her down a path lined with echoes of the past, whispers of a darkness that refused to be contained. The truth, when uncovered, was more chilling than fiction, a tale of obsession, possession, and a love that knew no bounds. The key to Walter's hidden world lay in a storage unit, a shrine to Sarah's existence meticulously crafted with a precision that bordered on madness. A replica of her life, a mirror image of her reality, waiting in silent anticipation for a future that would never come to pass. As the echoes of Walter's past reverberated through the present, Sarah made a choice born of necessity and survival. The house that once promised solace now whispered of danger, its walls tainted with the shadows of a man who had loved too deeply and too darkly. The chapter closed on Walter's twisted tale, a footnote in the annals of human frailty and obsession. Sarah, a survivor of a love that knew no boundaries, moved on with a silent resolve, her past a shadow she carried with her, a reminder of the dangers that lurk unseen. The cottage passed into new hands, its secrets buried beneath layers of paint and polish. The hidden chamber, once a sanctuary of shadows, now sealed off from prying eyes, a silent sentinel to a past best left undisturbed. Life moved on as it always does, the echoes of the past fading into whispers on the wind. But for those who knew the truth, the story of the room beneath the floor remained a cautionary tale, a reminder of the darkness that dwells within us all, waiting to be awakened by a single, fateful step into the unknown. Story 18, The Enigma of the Vanishing Man. The cafe had been his sanctuary for years, the same secluded table, the same simple black coffee, the same veil of quiet that enveloped him. The barista recognized his face, yet his name remained a mystery to all. Then one fateful day he failed to make his customary appearance. Concerned, the authorities checked his usual spot, only to discover a forsaken wallet. Within its confines lay a driver's license bearing a face, but devoid of any identifying information, a puzzling void where a name and address should have resided. Detective Sarah Mercer, a seeker of truths shrouded in shadows, leaned forward, her fingers tracing the chill of the metal table as she delved into the enigma captured by the security footage. The mysterious figure, now dubbed John Doe in the annals of the investigation, seemed ordinary on screen, of average stature, unassuming features cloaked in a navy coat, a weathered messenger bag slung over his shoulder. His unremarkable nature only deepened the intrigue surrounding his inexplicable disappearance. "Replay it," Mercer directed the tech specialist, her voice a whisper carried on the currents of the room. The footage unfurled the sequence of events: John's entrance during the bustling morning hours, his customary order of black coffee sans sugar, and his retreat to the shadowed seclusion of a corner table adorned with verdant foliage. There he sat, penning inscrutable thoughts within a weathered notebook, his gaze drifting through the window's panes. Then came the pivotal moment, the placement of his wallet, the rise from his seat, the path towards the restroom corridor. Yet the conclusion of his journey was an absence, a void in the tapestry of reality where his presence should have lingered. "Examine the restroom footage," Mercer urged. "Therein lies the mystery," the specialist replied, his tone tinged with bewilderment. No trace of his passage through any restroom. Every angle scrutinized, every pathway shadowed, yet he vanished as a wisp of smoke dispersing in the wind. In the precinct's sanctum, Mercer sifted through the remnants of the vanished man's life spilled across her desk. The driver's license echoed his visage, yet the fields meant to disclose his essence lay barren. Credit cards bereft of names, numbers leading to phantom accounts, a symphony of currency meticulously arrayed, a time-stamped receipt from the cafe 3 sunsets past, and a solitary business card bearing only a faintly inked number. When Mercer dialed the enigmatic digits, the line whispered a silent tale, the hush punctuated by the rustle of paper, the echo of unseen pages turning before the call's abrupt demise. The barista, custodian of memories spun through the loom of time, could offer mere fragments of insight. He was a man of few words, yet kindness woven into his silence. His accent, a whisper carried on a breeze, perhaps a hint of a world left behind. Did he forge connections within these walls, engage in dialogues veiled in mystery? Mercer probed. Nay, a solitary bard, his solace found in the inked tales within his notebook, the barista reminisced. The notebook, a tome of riddles left abandoned upon the table, its pages etched with a cryptic script akin to celestial whispers. The ciphered glyphs confounded the cryptographers, while sketches of ethereal edifices eluded the grasp of known reality. Mercer dispatched her agents to roam the byways with portraits of the enigma named John Doe. None recognized his countenance. No missing persons report echoed his mystery, his fingerprints but whispers lost in the shadows of anonymity. It seemed as though he had been conjured into existence solely within the confines of the cafe's sanctum. Through the haze of investigation, Mercer's gaze chanced upon an anomaly within the security footage, a flicker in time's tapestry as John tread the cafe's threshold each morn. The specialist brushed it off as a glitch in the machine's heart, yet Mercer's intuition whispered a different tale. Returning to the cafe, she settled at the vanished man's table, her view embracing both the portal of ingress and the veiled passage to the restrooms. Suspended betwixt them, an antique mirror stood, its frame etched with symbols mirroring those from John's manuscript. Upon the arrival of the cafe's keep, Mercer probed into the mirror's history. That relic, a sentinel of ages past, a guardian of secrets woven into the tapestry of time, the keep reminisced. Unmoved, unyielding to the passage of time itself, why pry into its mysteries? Mercer approached the mirror, her reflection gazing back through a glass distorted, a realm where reality embraced a subtle shift. Her palm alighted upon its surface, awaiting the chill of glass, yet met with a warmth fleeting and ephemeral. The forensics team descended to uncover the mirror's secrets, revealing a hidden hollow harboring a trove of wallets identical in form, each bearing a face stripped of identity, a testament to the void that consumed the vanished man. Beside the wallets rested a tome bound in leather, its pages inscribed with epochs past, the hand that penned its secrets mirroring that which etched the vanished man's notebook. The final entry etched a lament, the experiment's denouement beckons, the shadows draw near, the gateway narrows. The fingerprints within the hidden chamber whispered the echo of a singular soul, John Doe, the man who danced on the periphery of existence. Carbon dating unveiled the oldest wallet's lineage, a heritage tethered to 50 cycles of the sun, yet the countenance frozen in time bore the visage untouched by the ravages of years. The journal's whispers spoke of forays into realms veiled in mystery, of temporal dances and the transference of identity, of boundaries crossed and thresholds embraced. Mercer's gaze seized upon a passage that echoed through the corridors of her mind, the cafe, a nexus of interlocking realities, the mirror, the threshold to the unknown. When the stars align, the passage unfurls. As the shadows deepened, the cafe's tale unfurled a tapestry of whispers and phantoms. Patrons whispered of reflections untethered, of apparitions haunting the vacant table where John Doe once lingered, a specter woven into the cafe's very fabric. The zenith of the investigation dawned with the arrival of a specter from the past, Margaret Keller, a scholar of the arcane, a seeker of truths woven into the strands of reality. She unraveled the enigma clad in the guise of John Doe, unmasking him as Daniel Weston, a mind tethered to the stars, a soul lost in the weave of existence. Daniel Weston, Keller intoned, her voice a spectral murmur carried on the breath of time. A luminary in the realm of theoretical musings, a maestro of the unseen chords of reality. His destiny intertwined with quantum mirrors, gateways to realms unknown, bridges across the chasms of parallel existences. Documents spoke of his vanishing act, a tale whispered in laboratories shrouded in secrecy, an experiment reaching beyond the confines of known reality. Mercer ventured back to the cafe, unearthing its nexus to the past, a relic standing upon the very grounds where Weston's labors had birthed untold mysteries. The crescendo of the unsolvable symphony resonated as Mercer, ensconced in the shroud of night's embrace, glimpsed a truth hidden in plain sight within the security footage. Reflected in the mirror's gaze, two iterations of Daniel Weston coexisted, watching, waiting, existing in tandem within the tapestry of time. The cafe's sanctum bore witness to the shattering of the mirror, a gateway closed, a chapter concluded. Amidst the shards lay a note, a final missive scribed in the hand of the vanished man. The veil descends, the experiment concludes. The window closes, the shadows beckon. Venture not into realms unknown. The case of the man who vanished into the mists of the unknown remains etched in the annals of the unsolved. The cafe, a bastion of mysteries untold, shuttered its doors, its secrets cloaked in the whispers of the wind. Daniel Weston's essence eluded the grasp of time's relentless march, his notebooks spiriting away into the night's embrace under veils of mystery. Detective Mercer, guardian of shadows and weaver of tales, found solace in the solitudes of her porch, her pen dancing upon the pages of a notebook akin to Weston's creation. A fragment of an antique mirror adorned her walls, its surface a ripple in the fabric of reality, a harbinger of tales yet untold. Story 19. In the quiet stillness of the old library, a hushed tale lay hidden, waiting to be unveiled. The hammers and drills of the demolition crew echoed through the dusty halls, signaling the end of an era. But fate had other plans as a worker's stumble revealed a secret latch in a forgotten bookshelf. With a gentle click, the facade of the bookcase swung open, exposing a narrow passageway leading to a chamber untouched by time. The air hung heavy, pregnant with the weight of decades of solitude. Within the dimly lit room, devoid of furnishings save for a solitary chair bolted to the floor, a haunting message adorned the walls like a ghostly echo. I am still here. The construction foreman's call for assistance summoned Detective Morgan Walsh to the scene. Stepping into the hidden chamber, his flashlight pierced the darkness, casting eerie shadows on the cryptic message that adorned the walls. "Secure the area," Walsh commanded, his voice reverberating in the confined space. "No one disturbs a thing until forensics arrive." The library's history whispered of a bygone mystery. Once owned by the esteemed Harrington family, the building had been gifted to the public following the enigmatic disappearance of their daughter, Rebecca. Vanished without a trace during her college years, leaving behind only an abandoned car near the woods, Rebecca's fate had remained a haunting enigma. The prevailing belief was that she had fled to start anew, but her family harbored darker suspicions. As forensic experts meticulously combed through the hidden chamber, they unearthed strands of hair and fibers embedded in the weathered chair. Traces of blood and skin cells lingered within the scratches on the walls, hinting at a harrowing struggle. The chair, with its remnants of leather straps and bolt holes, bore witness to untold anguish. Walsh delved into the labyrinth of the Harrington family's past, his intuition pricked by the timing of the library's donation. A connection emerged as the bookshelf concealing the secret room had been installed by a contractor linked to Maxwell Harrington, Rebecca's uncle. Financial records whispered of clandestine dealings, shrouded in shadowy payments far beyond the norm. Further revelations unfurled like sinister tendrils. Former library staff expressed shock at the hidden chamber's existence, while Maxwell's insistence on preserving that section during renovations raised chilling questions. The pieces of the puzzle began to align, painting a portrait of familial betrayal and hidden agendas. The revelation of Rebecca's DNA within the hidden chamber sent tremors through the investigation, solidifying the grim truth. She had not fled, she had been ensnared within her own family's web. Armed with a warrant, detectives descended on the Harrington estate, unearthing a damning journal in Maxwell's study. Its ink-stained pages bore witness to a twisted obsession and a sinister plan. Maxwell's veneer of innocence shattered under the weight of evidence. His hollow confession laid bare the tragedy that had festered in the shadows for years. Rebecca, a victim of familial treachery, had met a grisly fate at the hands of her uncle's desperation to protect his name. As the truth unfurled like a macabre tapestry, Maxwell's dark secret was laid bare. Beneath the floorboards of the hidden chamber, Rebecca's remains lay in silent repose, her silver bracelet a somber reminder of a life cut short. The courtroom bore witness to justice at last, as Maxwell faced the consequences of his heinous crime. The library, once slated for destruction, now stood as a monument to lost innocence and the cruel machinations of fate. Flowers adorned its entrance, a tribute to a soul that had whispered its truth from beyond the grave. And in the end, it was Rebecca's haunting message, "I am still here," that ensured her legacy endured, a beacon of justice in the depths of darkness. Story 20. Once upon a time, in the quiet stillness of the night, a faint flicker danced across the baby monitor's screen, a mere blip in the digital realm. The mother, nestled in the comfort of her own bed, brushed it off as a glitch, a minor hiccup in the technological symphony that watched over her sleeping child. But then the silence shattered as the audio crackled, a static-filled whisper cutting through the air like a chilling breeze. SHHH. "Go back to sleep," the voice murmured, its origins a mystery that sent shivers down her spine. In an instant her world shifted. Panic seized her heart, propelling her out of bed and into a frenzied dash towards her son's room. Each step echoed like a drumbeat in the darkness, a frantic rhythm matching the pounding of her own heart. As she flung open the door, a scene of surreal horror greeted her. The crib stood empty, a void where her precious Samuel should have been. The room remained unchanged, the window sealed shut, the door still securely locked. The only anomaly, a silent witness to the unfolding nightmare, was the stuffed rabbit sprawled on the floor, its unyielding black eyes fixated on her with an unsettling gaze. Rebecca's scream tore through the night, a primal wail that carried her terror to the listening ears of the neighbors. Their alarmed calls summoned help, and soon the nursery floor became a stage of despair, with Rebecca cradling the forsaken rabbit, her world unraveling before her eyes. The investigation that followed was a labyrinth of unanswered questions, a maze of shadows where truth eluded the grasp of those who sought it. How could a child vanish without a trace, leaving behind a trail of confusion and fear? Suspicion cast its dark mantle upon Rebecca, her past struggles with postpartum depression painting her as a suspect in the eyes of the world. But then a glimmer of hope emerged from the darkness. Tiny fibers, invisible to the naked eye, whispered secrets of a clandestine entry through the nursery window, a thread of possibility that led the investigation down a different path. The night sky, once a veil of secrecy, now revealed a figure lurking in its shadows, moving with stealth and purpose. As the pieces of the puzzle began to click into place, a new suspect emerged from the shadows of doubt: Daniel, the husband with calloused hands and a hidden life. His alibis crumbled beneath the weight of evidence, his secrets laid bare for all to see. The web of deceit he had spun, entangling two families in a web of betrayal, unfurled with each revelation. And then a breakthrough: the baby monitor, a silent witness to the truth, unveiled its secrets through digital whispers. The intrusion, a calculated breach of trust, led investigators to a basement where an unexpected reunion unfolded. Samuel, the missing link in the chain of deception, was found in the care of a woman named Elaine, a ghost from Daniel's past seeking solace in stolen moments. The courtroom, a stage of judgment and reckoning, bore witness to the unraveling of a twisted tale. The echoes of that fateful night reverberated through the silence as the truth emerged from the shadows of deception. Daniel and Elaine, partners in crime, faced the consequences of their actions, their schemes laid bare for all to see. And in the aftermath, as the world sought to make sense of the senseless, Rebecca and Samuel found solace in the quiet embrace of a new beginning. The scars of the past faded with each passing day, replaced by the gentle promise of a future untainted by the ghosts of yesterday. The baby monitor, a silent sentinel of truth, stood silent witness to the darkness that lurked beneath the surface. Its whisper, a haunting echo of a night long past, a reminder that sometimes the most chilling truths are hidden in the shadows of the familiar. Story 21. She always avoided going up there, but when a storm caused a leak in the roof, she had no choice. The attic was a forgotten realm, cloaked in layers of dust and cobwebs. Amidst the shadows, tucked away in the distant corner, rested an ancient dollhouse, its miniature furniture arranged with meticulous care, each detail hauntingly precise. Yet as she peered closer, a shiver danced down her spine. The figures within were not mere dolls, they were intricate, hand-carved replicas of her own family. Each tiny figure positioned exactly as they were below, except one. The figure meant to represent her stood by the attic door, a silent sentinel. Rebecca Morgan traced her finger along the roof of the dollhouse, feeling the faint groove where the small wooden figure stood. The unsettling discovery sent a chill through her, unrelated to the draft whispering through the attic's rafters. This dollhouse had no place in her life. This wasn't her childhood home, but a recent rental property her family had just moved into. The peculiar case unfolded with Rebecca's urgent call to law enforcement, summoning officers to the suburban residence where the family huddled in distress, refusing to return to the attic. Detective Sarah Harmon, the lead investigator, initially brushed off their fears as a prank or a figment of their imagination adjusting to a new environment. It was the intricate details that caught Detective Harmon's attention. Each tiny figurine captured a distinctive trait of every family member: the father's receding hairline, the son's favored hoodie, even the mother's small birthmark. The investigation took a sharp turn when forensic experts uncovered fingerprints on the dollhouse that didn't match any family member. Even more unsettling were microscopic cameras found hidden in the eyes of each miniature figure, all linked to a sophisticated surveillance system concealed beneath the dollhouse. Delving into the Morgan family's activities revealed a disquieting revelation. The positions of the figures mirrored not just their current evening, but past days, indicating someone had been meticulously observing them to learn their routines. We realized we weren't dealing with ordinary stalking, Detective Harmon explained. The perpetrator exhibited an unprecedented level of fixation rarely seen in criminal behavior analysis. The breakthrough came with the discovery of a concealed basement entrance behind a false pantry wall. Inside, investigators unearthed a makeshift living quarters, indicating someone had been dwelling there long before the Morgans arrived. Food wrappers, water bottles, and a sleeping bag hinted at an intruder living beneath the unsuspecting family for weeks. The puzzle deepened with the absence of forced entry. Property records unveiled the house had sat vacant for nearly a year before the Morgans moved in, previously owned by an elderly couple who had both passed away. Their son oversaw the estate's sale and property rental, leading to dead-end interviews with neighbors who noticed nothing amiss besides occasional lights during the vacancy period. A breakthrough emerged through digital forensics. Tracing the surveillance system's signal from the miniature cameras, analysts pinpointed an IP address to a small apartment across town. Inside, walls adorned with photographs of the Morgan family and past residents of the house unveiled a chilling revelation. Journal entries meticulously chronicled each family member's daily routines. Most haunting was a workshop filled with half-finished dollhouses representing various neighborhood homes. The apartment belonged to Martin Wells, the son of the deceased homeowners, driven by mounting debts after their passing. Instead of selling the house, he fashioned a covert living space to monitor tenants while collecting rent. The dollhouse was his command center, the assigned forensic psychologist elucidated. Each figurine symbolized someone under his watchful gaze. Rebecca's figure by the attic door wasn't a threat, it acknowledged her discovery of his surveillance. During questioning, Wells remained eerily composed, revealing his motive. They dwelled in my childhood abode, slept in my parents' room. I needed assurance they respected it. When pressed about the figure's placement, he simply stated, I wanted them to know I never looked away. Psychological evaluations uncovered a complex delusion of possession. Unable to cope with losing his childhood home, Wells constructed an intricate system to assert control over it, transforming the dollhouse into a vessel for owning both the property and its occupants. The Morgan family never set foot in the house again. Rebecca later confided that the most haunting moment wasn't discovering the dollhouse but comprehending its implications. Someone watched us all along, measuring our lives, turning us into mere playthings. The true terror wasn't the dollhouse itself, it was realizing that to him, we were merely puppets to be positioned and observed. Wells faced charges for stalking, invasion of privacy, unlawful surveillance, and trespassing. The case spurred a reevaluation of real estate disclosure laws concerning property deaths and the responsibility of agents to ensure homes are vacated before new tenants move in. During sentencing, the judge condemned the egregious violation inflicted upon the Morgan family. You didn't just infringe on their home, you violated their security and independence. You witnessed their most intimate moments and recreated them for your own amusement. What unsettles criminologists is how long Wells might have remained concealed if not for Rebecca's discovery. Analysis of his journals suggested he had covertly lived in homes for nearly 2 years, crafting miniature replicas of families he observed. The Morgans resettled far away, yet Rebecca admitted in her impact statement that she still checks closets and dark corners habitually, removing all miniature objects from their new residence. Some days I feel eyes on me, wondering if somewhere, someone is manipulating a tiny version of me in a dollhouse I've yet to uncover. Story 22. The tale began with the new owners, who brushed off the crackling of the old intercom system late at night as a mere quirk. A remnant of a bygone era, revamped but left in obscurity. However, one fateful night, curiosity got the best of the husband. With a press of a button, a whisper crackled through the speaker, sending shivers down his spine. "Why did you come back?" The words echoed in the room, unsettling in their mystery. His wife, standing close by, denied ever uttering those words. The Victorian manor, a majestic site nestled among ancient oak trees, seemed to hold secrets within its weathered exterior, contrasting with its modernized interior. Daniel and Meredith Parker had been drawn to the property, enticed by its historical charm and the allure of the vintage intercom system that connected all the rooms. Detective Sarah Reeves arrived at the manor, the gravel crunching beneath her unmarked vehicle, responding to a call of a possible break-in. Yet a subtle undertone in the dispatcher's voice hinted at a deeper narrative waiting to unfold. Daniel, with a ghostly pallor, recounted the strange events that began with the intercom system, leading Detective Reeves through the grand foyer, where whispers had once filled the air. Meredith, holding a steaming mug tightly, revealed a startling discovery hidden behind a wall, a small leather-bound journal that hinted at a dark past. The intricate handwriting belonged to Alina, the previous owner, detailing her fears of her husband Vincent's malevolent intentions. The investigation uncovered the haunting truth of the Blackwood family's history. Vincent Blackwood had sold the house after Alina's disappearance, concealing a chilling secret buried beneath the garden shed. A team of investigators unearthed human remains, confirming a tragic end to Alina's life. Vincent, now aged and residing in a care facility, confessed to the murder with a chilling calmness, revealing a web of deceit spun over decades. The trial swiftly brought justice to Vincent, exposing his meticulously crafted deception. Daniel and Meredith, unable to bear the weight of the house's dark legacy, sold the property after honoring Alina with a solemn memorial in the restored garden. The intercom system, a conduit for the past, was removed by the subsequent owners during renovations, silencing the whispers that had haunted the halls. Detective Reeves revisited the case file, musing on how the house itself had unraveled its enigmatic past. The tale of the house that answered back echoed through law enforcement circles, a reminder of Alina's enduring voice that broke through the veil of time. As Detective Reeves passed by the property, she couldn't help but slow down. The window cracked open, catching whispers on the wind that seemed to carry the echoes of a long-forgotten tragedy. Story 23. The ancient box lay hidden beneath layers of clutter in the attic, a forgotten time capsule left behind by the house's previous inhabitants. Within its depths were faded Polaroids, capturing moments of joy and celebration, typical scenes of family life frozen in time. But as she reached the final photograph, a sense of unease crept over Rebecca. The image depicted her own living room, familiar furniture and decor, yet the family portrayed was unknown to her. And there, lurking in the shadows at the edge of the frame, a figure stood watching, barely discernible in the dim light. A shiver ran down Rebecca's spine as she scrutinized the picture, her fingers trembling ever so slightly, causing the edges of the photograph to quiver. The family in the image, a woman with flowing honey-blonde hair, a bespectacled man, and two children, smiled obliviously at the camera, unaware of the ominous presence lingering just behind them. Their joyful expressions contrasted starkly with the hidden danger that lurked nearby. Descending the creaking wooden staircase, Rebecca carried the photograph to the kitchen, where she placed it under the unforgiving glare of the fluorescent light. The resemblance between her home and the one captured in the photo was uncanny. The archway leading to the hallway, the intricate crown molding, the bay window welcoming the morning sun. This was undeniably her house, yet the people within its walls remained strangers to her. Detective Morgan arrived, clad in a well-worn leather jacket that whispered tales of past investigations. His keen gaze swept over the photograph with a meticulous precision, his gloved finger tracing the edges before turning it over to reveal a blank back. In a low, rumbling voice, he inquired about the former owners of the house, the Nelsons, and how much she knew about them. Rebecca confessed to knowing very little, explaining that the sale had been handled through a realtor, and the Nelsons had relocated out of state. With a nod, Detective Morgan requested to take the photograph for further investigation, suggesting that his team might be able to identify the enigmatic family captured in the image. And so, the quiet unraveling of a mystery began. Delving into the past, Rebecca learned that the Nelsons had acquired the house from the Crawfords, who had inhabited it for 7 years before vanishing abruptly. A pattern emerged as Detective Morgan combed through property records, interviewed former neighbors, and pieced together a timeline of transient residents. A breakthrough came unexpectedly when a former mail carrier identified the family in the photograph as the Sutherlands, who had occupied the house for a brief year before disappearing without a trace. Their sudden departure mirrored that of the previous families who had resided there, leaving behind unanswered questions and a lingering sense of unease. Forensic analysis dated the Polaroid to 15 years prior, revealing subtle clues within the image that hinted at a staged composition. The camera had been set on a timer, capturing the unsuspecting family while a shadowy figure loomed in the hallway, observing with silent intent. Enhanced imaging unveiled more details about the mysterious presence, a tall male figure cloaked in darkness, his features obscured but his purpose clear. Detective Morgan uncovered a chilling pattern of families vanishing after precisely 1 year of occupancy, a haunting cycle that repeated itself over the decades. Delving deeper into the house's history, they unearthed records of a vanished project manager, Samuel Whitfield, who had overseen the construction of the residence before meeting a tragic end in a construction accident. Yet, the resemblance between Whitfield and the figure in the photograph was unmistakable, raising unsettling questions about his true fate. Focused on the basement, the investigation unearthed disturbing anomalies beneath the concrete, leading to a grim discovery. Hidden beneath layers of earth and concrete were the remains of all the missing families, perfectly preserved in their final moments, surrounded by a collection of photographs capturing their unsuspecting joy. As the house was cordoned off as a crime scene, Rebecca found herself displaced, a mere bystander to the unfolding horror within her own home. A hidden crawlspace in the attic revealed a chilling testament to the voyeuristic obsession that had plagued the house for decades, an eerie journal detailing intimate observations of the families that had come and gone. The final entry, dated just days prior, hinted at a sinister intent lurking within the shadows, a malevolent force fixated on the newest occupant, Rebecca. Fleeing to a hotel under police protection, she found no respite as a haunting call in the dead of night heralded a chilling realization the watcher had not ceased his vigil. The saga of the house continued, its dark secrets shrouded in mystery, its past inhabitants lost to time. The enigmatic figure of Samuel Whitfield remained elusive, his legacy intertwined with the tragic fates of those who had crossed paths with him. And in the silence of a darkened room, new photographs developed, capturing unsuspecting families in the clutches of an unseen malevolence, a reminder that some mysteries are best left undisturbed. Story 24. In the quiet town, there existed a house at the edge of the woods shrouded in mystery. Its presence was an unspoken secret, with its windows darkened and its porch weary from the passage of time. No one laid claim to its ownership, and the origins of its construction faded into the whispers of the wind. Yet when a group of intrepid hikers strayed too close to its weathered walls, they beheld a chilling sight: names etched into the wooden siding like silent warnings. And at the very end of this haunting list, fresh and untouched by time, appeared a name that none among them recognized, until with a tremble in their voice one of them uttered, "That name, it is mine." Under the veil of night, a call came through to dispatch, catalogued simply as a routine trespassing incident. The voice on the other end belonged to Mason Wright, the leader of the hikers who had stumbled upon his own name carved into the abandoned house. The responding officers anticipated a case of juvenile mischief, a mere jest among companions. What awaited them, however, defied all rational explanation. Detective Sarah Keller arrived at the scene as the darkness cloaked the forest in its embrace. Her flashlight pierced through the shadows, revealing the names 27 in total etched vertically along the eastern wall. Some had faded with the passage of time, nearly blending into the aged wood, while others remained sharp and distinct as though freshly carved. And at the bottom, Mason Wright, the incision still redolent of sawdust. "I've never set foot in this place before," Mason affirmed, his words punctuating the cold air with a visible mist. "I cannot fathom how anyone could have knowledge of my name." The investigative journey commenced with thorough background checks on each name inscribed on the house. The findings sent a shiver down the spines of the detective team. Every name belonged to an individual reported missing over the span of 4 decades. Some cases had gone cold, while others remained active, yet all shared a chilling common thread: each person had vanished while journeying alone amidst the wilderness. Forensic experts meticulously documented each carving, noting the nuances in depth, technique, and weathering patterns. The oldest name, Rebecca Hansen, harkened back to a missing persons case from 37 years prior, recounting the tale of a young woman who ventured into the woods and never returned, leaving behind only a solitary hiking boot by a babbling stream. Detective Keller delved into exhaustive interrogations with Mason, yet his account remained unwavering. He professed no ties to the area beyond this particular hiking expedition with 4 companions from college. Their selection of the trail had been arbitrary, guided solely by an online suggestion. Nothing in Mason's history linked him to the other names adorning the enigmatic wall. The focus of the investigation then shifted towards Mason's fellow hikers. Emily Chen, the group's designated photographer, furnished snapshots captured throughout their trek. Upon scrutinizing the images, analysts stumbled upon a disconcerting anomaly, a blurred figure lurking in the backdrop of 3 distinct photographs, a tall and slender silhouette perpetually obscured by the foliage. "We encountered no one else along the trail," Emily maintained adamantly. "We would have surely remembered." Detective Keller sanctioned a thorough exploration of the house's interior. The abode appeared forsaken, cloaked in dust with its furnishings in disarray. However, within the basement, a sinister tableau awaited the officers. Personal effects belonging to the missing hikers were meticulously arrayed on wooden shelves: watches, backpacks, cameras, wallets, each item labeled with a corresponding name from the exterior wall. Methodically, the evidence technicians cataloged every article, unveiling bloodstains beneath ultraviolet light on the concrete floor, remnants of efforts to conceal the grim past. Though ground-penetrating radar yielded no traces of buried remains beneath the house, cadaver dogs incessantly signaled towards the rear of the property, where the forest loomed in an impenetrable thicket. As the inquiry deepened, Detective Keller discerned peculiar conduct exhibited by Mason Wright. He recounted bizarre episodes, whispers echoing outside his abode, footprints in freshly laid snow leading to his doorstep but vanishing beyond, shadowy figures observing from the dimly lit streets. A police detail was assigned to safeguard him, yet Mason's paranoia burgeoned. The breakthrough materialized when researchers unearthed forgotten land records sequestered within county archives. The abode had once belonged to a reclusive hunter named Victor Blackwood. Neighbors recollected scarce glimpses of him, encounters characterized by an unsettlingly tall, emaciated figure that shunned interaction. Blackwood had vanished without a trace 15 years prior, his disappearance languishing in official neglect. Armed with a warrant, Detective Keller spearheaded an expedition into the encompassing woodland. The search party stumbled upon a network of rudimentary hunting blinds strategically situated along popular trails. Within one such blind, a journal lay ensconced, chronicling meticulous observations, details of hikers, their paths, gear, and routines. The script mirrored the penmanship of Victor Blackwood in his few surviving documents, its contents veering into unnerving realms. Initial entries delineated hunting tactics for fauna, while subsequent pages delved into humans as quarry their idiosyncrasies, susceptibilities, and the methodology of their acquisition. The final entries detailed the meticulous stalking of each victim adorning the sinister wall, elucidating elaborate accounts of target selection. A manhunt for Blackwood burgeoned across multiple jurisdictions. Helicopters equipped with thermal imaging scoured the forest canopy, while tactical teams combed through every crevice and cavern. Yet, the elusive suspect remained beyond the reach of the law. Mason Wright ceased all communication, his whereabouts a mystery. Officers dispatched to his residence uncovered an unlocked door and vacant rooms. On the chamber wall, a recent carving bore a chilling inscription: "The hunter becomes the hunted." The quest for Mason persisted fruitlessly for weeks until a secondary sweep of Blackwood's domicile unearthed a ghastly revelation. Concealed behind a false partition in the basement lay a small workshop adorned with woodworking implements, jars of preservatives, and a freshly carved wooden piece bearing a new name awaiting its placement upon the external wall. Detective Keller recognized the name unequivocally. It belonged to the chief forensic technician who had processed the house during the initial investigation. The technician had reported ill that morning, eluding all attempts at contact. Authorities encircled the house with unyielding surveillance, deploying camera systems and motion sensors to monitor any trespasses. The trap was set. 3 nights later, the sensors triggered a warning. Surveillance footage captured a figure materializing from the forest, impossibly towering and slender, moving with an inhuman grace. As tactical units closed in, the cameras faltered briefly, only to resume with the figure vanished into the ether. To this day, the house remains under ceaseless watch. Mason Wright and the forensic technician eluded discovery. The investigation endures, with fresh resources allocated as similar vanishings surface in wooded domains. The names etched upon that foreboding wall have evolved into a legend among law enforcement circles. Some officers recoil from uttering them aloud, while others shy away from the enigma entirely. Local hikers steer clear of the house, fearing that even mentioning it may consign their names to that dreadful list, the names unspoken. Story 25. It came by mail, nestled in a simple envelope lacking any hint of its origin. A solitary brass key weathered by the passage of time. The homeowner, upon laying eyes on it, couldn't place its significance, yet a strange sense of déjà vu lingered in the back of her mind. With a gentle slide into every lock under her roof, the key refused to budge, denying any ownership to her. But as she gently set it down on the coffee table, a long silent grandfather clock in the hallway emitted a solitary, eerie chime, despite its inner workings having long been silenced. Sarah Miller, upon discovering the enigmatic key, felt compelled to inform the authorities. What appeared at first to be a mere peculiarity soon unfurled into a harrowing tale that would shake the foundations of the tranquil suburban neighborhood to its core. The initial responding officer brushed off Sarah's concerns, attributing the key's arrival to a possible mistake. A key in the mail, nothing more than an innocent mix-up, he proposed. However, Sarah's intuition insisted that something was amiss. Reluctantly, the officer accepted the key as evidence, primarily to ease her worries, sealing it within a small evidence bag that would eventually become pivotal in a sprawling investigation. Detective Robert Harmon, a seasoned investigator with the Special Victims Unit, was handed the case file during the morning briefing. With years of experience under his belt, he possessed a knack for identifying cases that transcended their seemingly benign beginnings. The unremarkable brass key rested on his desk, casting an inexplicable sense of disquiet. Background checks unveiled Sarah's spotless record, no hint of criminal activity. A retired high school English teacher, widowed, with grown children scattered across the country. Her financial records, phone logs, and online presence revealed nothing suspicious. She seemed exactly as she presented herself, an unwitting recipient of an unsettling mystery. Forensic analysis failed to uncover any fingerprints on the key apart from Sarah's own. The envelope held no clues beyond a standard postmark from the regional distribution center. No DNA traces, no tangible evidence. The key itself, a common Schlage model, well used and aged by several years. A breakthrough materialized unexpectedly when Detective Harmon decided to cross-reference the key's unique bidding pattern in the department database. A match arose from a cold case dating back 7 years, a storage unit linked to the key's pattern, where investigators had stumbled upon disturbing remnants, blood-stained carpet, tools for cutting, and images of unidentified women. The original investigation had hit a dead end due to insufficient evidence to unmask a suspect. Diving into the dusty case files, Harmon discovered the retired detective who had previously worked on the case. The storage unit had been rented under a false identity, paid in cash. Surveillance footage had long been erased. The evidence collected had only yielded partial DNA samples, with no hits in any criminal databases. The photographs recovered depicted 5 women, all seemingly in a state of unconsciousness. Only 3 had been identified during the initial investigation, reported missing but never located. Their cases lingered as open investigations, suspected homicides with no bodies ever found. When Sarah glimpsed the images, she failed to recognize any of the women, her anxiety escalating as the investigation progressed, prompting her to fortify her home with new locks and a security system. The burning question remained, why target her with this key? Harmon ordered a fresh evaluation of the original evidence using advanced methods. By expanding the partial DNA sample and running it through genealogical databases, a distant familial match emerged, a second cousin twice removed from the potential suspect. Tracing the familial connections backward led investigators to Harold Jenkins, a former neighborhood resident who had lived just a couple of streets away from Sarah until his departure 6 years prior, his current whereabouts shrouded in mystery. Further probing unveiled Jenkins as a substitute teacher at the same school where Sarah had worked, though their documented interactions remained scarce. His employment records painted a picture of sporadic work history, unexplained gaps, and frequent relocations. A search of his old residence yielded no peculiar findings. Neighbors described him as unassuming, blending into the background an unsettlingly common narrative associated with predators camouflaged within society's fabric. The enigma persisted. Why dispatch the key now? And why to Sarah Miller of all people? Harmon speculated on various scenarios: a macabre trophy, a chilling warning, or perhaps a twisted invitation. The manhunt for Jenkins intensified, his lack of recent driver's license renewal, credit card activity, or tax returns suggesting a deliberate effort to evade detection. The absence of digital footprints hinted at a conscious choice to remain off the grid. The case took a macabre turn when authorities delved into a remote cabin registered under Jenkins' deceased mother's name. Beneath the creaking floorboards, a hidden chamber awaited discovery, accessible solely through a concealed trapdoor. Neatly arranged shelves housed numerous brass keys, each adorned with a name and date on a tiny attached tag. 5 keys corresponded to the women in the photographs, while the remaining 27 implied a staggering toll of additional victims previously unknown to law enforcement. Buried on the cabin's outskirts, forensic teams unearthed human remains, the excavation stretching over weeks, unearthing multiple bodies in various stages of decay. Sarah found herself under constant protection as the nationwide manhunt for Jenkins expanded, behavioral analysts suggesting the key had been a sinister gesture and acknowledgement from Jenkins, singling out Sarah as an audience to his abominable acts. Dubbed the Keymaster by the media, Jenkins' name echoed across national headlines, instilling fear within the community as neighbors grappled with the chilling realization of an unfathomable evil lurking amidst them. Trailing scents led detection dogs into the wilderness, search teams scouring dense forested areas, while thermal drones probed inaccessible terrains. The manhunt burgeoned into a monumental effort, etching its place in regional history. A chance encounter unfolded when a wildlife photographer traversing remote woods captured a fleeting image resembling Jenkins, a bearded figure with hollow eyes, carrying a backpack, vanishing into the wilderness. Authorities swiftly closed in, establishing a tight perimeter. Tactical units navigated treacherous landscapes, while profilers anticipated Jenkins's reluctance to surrender, preparing for hidden caches and escape routes. The climax arrived when a patrol officer stumbled upon Jenkins attempting to ford a river. Refusing to yield, Jenkins retreated to higher ground, barricading himself in an abandoned fire observation tower. Hours of negotiation yielded no response. Upon breaching the tower, tactical teams discovered Jenkins lifeless, having taken his own life. Beside his body lay a journal chronicling his heinous deeds, alongside a brass key identical to the one Sarah had received. Within a waterproof container, investigators unearthed a trove of evidence: photographs, burial site maps, and personal effects stripped from victims, a meticulously preserved account of atrocities spanning nearly a decade. The final entry in the journal addressed Sarah directly. "You never saw me, but I watched everything about you. The key doesn't unlock anything tangible, for what I wanted to bestow upon you transcends the physical, it demands acknowledgement. Now my name will echo through eternity." Subsequent investigations unveiled 32 victims in total, offering bereaved families closure while bearing the unbearable weight of confirmed tragedies. Sarah, unable to confront the proximity of horror in her once ordinary life, never returned to her dwelling. An inspection of the grandfather clock that had ominously chimed revealed a concealed wireless receiver Jenkins had observed, waiting for the moment of key delivery. The case lingered as a chilling testament to the insidious nature of predators cloaked behind unassuming masks. Psychologists delved into Jenkins's writings, grasping for insights to identify potential offenders before their actions materialized. And somewhere within a secure evidence vault, an array of brass keys stood as silent witnesses to lives truncated, each key unlocking nothing physical, yet unveiling a tragic truth about the shadows that sometimes lurk behind unremarkable facades. Story 26. In the shadowed depths of the attic, beneath a worn blanket, a discovery awaited. It was a porcelain doll, its features delicate and aged, its blue eyes fixed in a perpetual gaze. Sarah and Michael stumbled upon it, a relic of forgotten times. They dismissed it as just another forgotten trinket, unaware of the haunting presence it carried. As night descended, a subtle shift in the air whispered of unseen forces at play. The silence deepened, wrapping around the house like a shroud, and when morning dawned, the doll had vanished from the attic, only to reappear at the foot of their bed, a silent sentinel in the dim light. The young couple, entranced by the allure of a Victorian house with a mysterious past, had unwittingly woven themselves into a tapestry of enigmas. Detective Rachel Winters was summoned to the scene on a crisp autumn day, where a chilling tableau awaited her. The female victim lay in the master bedroom, her form contorted in an unnatural pose, eyes wide with terror. Nearby, the male victim seemed frozen in a futile attempt to flee. As Detective Winters delved into the investigation, she uncovered a trail of whispers and half-forgotten tales. Neighbors spoke of strange occurrences, a fleeting shadow in the window, the soft laughter of a child echoing through the night. The forensic team unearthed traces of vintage fabrics, akin to those used in antique doll clothing, hinting at a connection to the eerie doll. With each revelation, the threads of the past tightened their grip on the present. Records revealed a haunting pattern of unexplained deaths within the house's history, each shrouded in mystery and unresolved questions. A newspaper clipping shed light on a tragic past a dollmaker, a daughter lost under suspicious circumstances, and a final creation steeped in tragedy. As Detective Winters pieced together the puzzle, a chilling realization dawned. Each victim had tampered with the attic's space, unknowingly stirring dormant spirits. Photographs hidden within the house unveiled a chilling truth: the doll, a mirror image of the one discovered, with a spectral presence that seemed to transcend time. Whispers of arcane rituals and otherworldly creations led the investigation down a dark path. The dollmaker's distant relative hinted at a sinister legacy of forbidden knowledge and spirits bound to inanimate forms. The line between the living and the dead blurred, leaving no solace in conventional explanations. The case reached a standstill, shrouded in a veil of uncertainty and fear. The doll, kept under lock and key, vanished without a trace, leaving behind a void that defied logic. Detective Winters, her final act a testament to the unseen forces at play, sealed away a haunting photograph, a testament to the lingering presence of the dollmaker's dark art. The house changed hands once more, its secrets buried in the attic's silence. The doll remained elusive, a specter of the past that whispered through the shadows, and on nights cloaked in stillness, whispers carried tales of a child's laughter and a presence that lingered beyond the realm of the living. Story 27, in the quiet stillness of the empty apartment, a sense of mystery lingered like a soft whisper in the air. The new tenants, with cautious curiosity, began their exploration of the space, expecting only dust and forgotten remnants of the past. Yet, as they ventured further, a single door stood defiantly closed, locked from within. With a sense of anticipation, the landlord intervened, forcing the stubborn door open to reveal a closet shrouded in secrets. Instead of the mundane contents they anticipated, the tenants were met with a chilling sight: the walls marred by deep, desperate scratches etched into the wood, telling a silent tale of confinement and struggle. Detective Morgan Shaw, seasoned in the ways of unraveling mysteries, felt a shiver crawl down her spine at the sight. It wasn't the presence of gore or violence that unsettled her, but the haunting implication of those marks a stark testament to someone's fight for freedom in the confines of that small space. Summoning her partner, Officer Reed, Shaw wasted no time in calling for forensic support and delving into the records of the previous tenants. The discovery of an old flip phone in the closet, its screen still aglow with an unread message that simply stated, "I know what you did," added another layer of intrigue to the unfolding puzzle. The landlord, visibly anxious with his damp palms, shared sparse details of the previous tenant, a quiet young woman named Emma Caldwell, who had vanished without a trace, leaving behind unresolved rent payments and a lingering sense of unease. As forensic analysis unveiled a web of DNA evidence embedded in the scratches, Shaw found herself immersed in a complex tale of intertwined fates. Emma's life, frozen in time within the apartment, hinted at a sudden disappearance marked by unanswered calls and a mysterious new boyfriend shrouded in secrecy. The pieces of the puzzle began to fall into place as surveillance footage captured a shadowy figure entering the building on the night of Emma's disappearance, a man concealed beneath a baseball cap, his identity carefully shielded from prying eyes. The revelation of partial fingerprints belonging to a supposedly deceased man, Derek Mercer, on the closet doorknob ignited a chain of discoveries that led Shaw down a dark path of deceit and manipulation. Mercer, it seemed, had orchestrated a macabre charade, faking his own death to pursue a twisted agenda of control and suffering. As the investigation unfolded, the threads connecting Emma's fate to another missing woman, Lynette Porter, slowly emerged, painting a portrait of captivity and manipulation orchestrated by Mercer's malevolent hand. The trail of evidence led the investigators to a secluded property, where they uncovered Lynette alive but broken, a mirror image of Emma's harrowing ordeal. Mercer's meticulous journals, haunting photographs, and chilling recordings bore witness to his depraved obsession with dominance and cruelty. The manhunt for Mercer spanned jurisdictions, culminating in a tense confrontation at a bus terminal where he was apprehended, his calm facade belying the depths of his depravity. During the trial, the truth unfurled like a dark tapestry, revealing Mercer's callous disregard for human life and his insidious methods of ensuring his victims' silence. Emma's fate, sealed within the confines of that closet, became a tragic testament to Mercer's twisted desires. As justice was served and Mercer faced the consequences of his heinous crimes, a sense of closure descended upon the survivors. Lynette's words, spoken with quiet strength in the courtroom, echoed a sentiment of resilience and defiance against the darkness that had sought to engulf them. The legacy of Emma's ordeal lingered in the department's revamped protocols, a reminder that sometimes the most harrowing tales are written not in blood, but in the silent struggles of those fighting to reclaim their stolen light. Detective Shaw, with a solemn reverence, displayed the closet door as a poignant reminder of the resilience that can emerge from the shadows